then I'll let Ms. Barnes and maybe you're doing this too, can take over the show. We can tell some jokes.
Okay, we're on YouTube.
Our karaoke.
So I can just exit out. Just click the X. And you can, and then you can see it. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Who needs to sign in still?
Corey, you want to bring up your presentation or you already have it down? Saved, right? Right here?
Yeah.
From the beginning?
That's fine. And then I'll speak on what I'll do is I'll show you maybe slide 5.
Okay.
As typically do, like after work. Don't worry about this.
Good.
Yeah, so we never reached like this started.
No.
So when I was coming, I was laughing, I got running off, and I was like, I was going past Roseville Hospital. I was like, yes, I'm the judge. Then just get caught in line. Yeah. We'll do a conversation.
I'm gonna introduce you.
Okay.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Sorry for the delay. We were trying to make sure that we got it live streamed on YouTube, and it will be a private stream. So for those that are joining us via Zoom, they will be able to access it and be able to see what we're doing here all day. And also for anyone that wants to go back and do it later. But I just want to introduce our facilitator for today for TIPS database problem solving training. Come on.
Oh, hey, we all sprung.
Come on.
Oh, yeah.
So this is Corey Watkins. We have been professional friends for a number of years. We first started working together when he was a behavior liaison many moons ago, and when he became a consultant at DPI. Now he's doing some other work. But I want to turn it over to him this time. So please welcome Corey Watkins.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out. Or maybe I can just step away so no one sees. Oh, that's much fantastic. I'll be left. Good morning, everyone. It's nice to see you all. Some faces I remember, some people in truth may or may not have been strained at some point in time. So that's a joke. But some of the people in this room have a strain. So I used to do a lot of work. I was a regional consultant, and so I covered NASH. So I did CPI training for those of you all that attend out with Kim, Brandon, and Julie. I had a pleasure doing CPI training. That was me at one point in time. Lots of PBIS, so I used to pop up in lots of these schools and do PBIS. And then I joined the MTSS team for IAS team at API. So I love North Carolina, I love PBIS, I love MTSS in the state. I think it's a great thing, and I made a move to do something a little different. So now I work at the University of North Carolina. I work nationwide with implementing Carolina thing. Yeah, fantastic. All these Carolina fans, and I'm a Duke fan. So fantastic. But now I just get to work with school districts and states on how to implement innovations that help students be successful, but also alleviate anxiety in staff members. Help you guys be more successful. If you guys are successful, it gives us a better chance to have students that are successful. And that's really what I'm here for today, to talk to you guys about tips. So first question, can you guys hear me? Is my volume good enough?
You may want to talk a little louder for the people on Zoom.
For the people in the back.
For the people in the back.
The virtual world.
The virtual world,
I
yes.
assume they can we scroll down? I want to see her name. Can we see what her name is? Does anybody know who that is?
That's our nurse, Nurse Deb.
Hey, Nurse Deb. So, can everybody wave? She's still smiling?
Yeah.
Fantastic. So as long as she's smiling, I'm doing okay. As long as she's not asleep, I'm doing
Oh,
okay.
she's not gonna be asleep.
Because I can see her, right? So Nurse Deb, you're our barometer right now in the virtual world. We'll switch it up in a minute. So again, I'm excited to be here to talk to you guys. Lots of work. It's like 200 slides. Get excited. But trust me, get excited. Trust me. It's pain, you know, it's like in the cabin field, it'll be painless. Just kidding. Trust me, it'll be okay. You guys are gonna make this training as exciting as possible. Because we're gonna try to make it as interactive as possible, and we'll just be moving through slides. So don't let that slide number I just told you scare you. And we'll have a good day, everybody. All right with that? All right, so I know when I used to come to TRC, how things used to looks a little different now. So that modified our warm welcome. You guys heard about SEL, social emotional learning? It's kind of a big thing these days, people talk about it a lot. So one thing we like to do is think about a warm welcome. So friends in virtual world, hang on. So for our warm welcome today, usually I have like all these fun activities to introduce you to. You got a lot of work to go through. There's a lot of you, there's a lot of them. So we're going to slightly modify this, okay? So if you're sitting at a table with two people, fantastic, that's going to be your team right now. Example, yes, live example right here. If you're sitting at a table with like 3 to 4 people, you're going to be a team, and so forth. So I'll help you figure out your teams. So for our warm welcome today, I now have children, which is hilarious because when I used to come here, I didn't have children. Now I have 2 children, 1 school age, and she was lecturing to me about letter laying the other night. Why it's important, the importance of letter laying, Daddy, to understand how to read down your sounds. I said, London, I appreciate it. So my 2nd grader is teaching me how to read, and my 4-year-old Olivia is basically just pushing my limits. She's testing all my behavior support pieces. She can do, she just decides I don't want to. It's exciting to live. So for today's activity, as I think about my daughters, Sundays are a big day for them. You know what? It's happening Sunday, right? Halloween, trick or treat. So what I want you to do is to turn to your friends. So in groups of 2, if you're a section of 2, or if you're a group of table 6 like this, or close to 6, or this 5. Find 2 or 3 folks and just determine what's your favorite Halloween candy. And then we're just going to need one person to be your group's spokesperson and tell us your group's consensus on what's our Halloween candy and just your first names. Now I'm going to try to master everybody's first names. More than likely, it's not going to work on the first try, so you'll have to help me as we go throughout that. Everybody good with those instructions? All right, so take the next, 45 seconds and decide who's your speaker, what's your candy, and they're going to also introduce the teammates. So let's go. Are we gonna make him the lead? right, we're coming back in 3, 2, and 1. Did pretty good. All right. Also, I apologize because I didn't give you guys any type of attention signal. I just let you go, right? It's fantastic. I should do that. So, we're gonna have an attention signal. And I know some adults are gonna pay, but again, it's quick and it saves my voice because I'm gonna be yelling at you a lot today. So we're just gonna use the hand signal. So if you guys see me raise my hand, you can just raise your hand. If you're talking to someone, we're having a discussion. Finish your statement, not your paragraph, not your conversation. Finish that statement, maybe throw one more in, and then just stop it. That work for everyone? Fantastic. We're just gonna practice real quick just to make sure. We're adult learners, we get it, we're just gonna practice it one time. Because I'm big on repetition, make sure we got it. So speaker raises their hand. You guys can raise your hand. Fantastic. You guys are attentive. You move on, right? I used to coach sports too, but I can't play my whistle in these places with my mask. So I would just blow my whistle and say, all right. All right. So let's start with this group here. What's the candy? You got lots of nods and smile. I can see you guys smiling with the mask.
So we chose Reese's peanut butter.
Okay.
It's our favorite. You can say Halloween, it's not our favorite all during the entire year, but just for Halloween, we chose that.
Oh, fancy. Okay, fancy. Pumpkin shaped Reese's. Okay.
This is Monique Carlo Jones. She's the executive director of elementary education. And I'm Natasha.
Fantastic. Nice to meet you guys. By the way, normally when we do these things, we don't let you repeat like their answer. So like they said, Reese's goes. But relax. It's a safe learning environment. No one's gonna get hurt today. For today's activity, you can repeat if someone steals your candy. Okay? So we're gonna come right here. So this group, this conglomeration is it the whole group? Where? Okay, these four. All right.
And Tanisha Heron. I'm the oddball out. I don't eat chocolate. So we went with not necessarily Halloween. We just decided, so we decided that we're gonna go with payback.
Payday.
Because it is payday.
Oh, because it's payday. I gotta hear the right day. It's payday. Fantastic. All right, thank you guys for coming. We're gonna come to this table.
Okay, I'm Francis, this is Kim, Betsy, Lisa, and Barbara, and we decided on Snickers.
Snickers.
Yes.
They're really satisfying.
And we can shape like a pumpkin too.
Really?
Yeah, they have.
So gentle reminder for the behavior support person to watch this group because they like Snickers and we don't want them to get hangry. So somebody hand these folks a Snicker. Thank you. All right, we're gonna come here.
Okay, we are their cousins. This is Jennifer, I'm Sunita, and this is Marsha. Our favorite candy is Snickers, and it's because, when you're not yourself, you can get that Snickers and make you become yourself. Yes, we'll be keeping up with it.
What's that? Behavior support friends, right here. Keep an eye right here. Okay. Right here.
All right, so we did the whole thing. So this is Brandy, Robin, and Nicole, Marcy, Amy, and we did twists.
Left or right?
We're lefties.
All right.
Okay.
So
We're done. That's our question. Yeah, right. Okay, so the left Twix over here. All right. Thank you guys for coming. Appreciate it.
So, with all of us in here, that's Angela, Martha, Cindy, and Gladys. So we like the peanut M&Ms.
Peanut.
Yes.
Very specific. Not to be confused with the peanut butter M&Ms, because that's a different deal, right?
Yeah, that's a different deal.
All right. Thank you guys for sharing.
Yes.
Right in front of Gladys.
So we actually all agreed on Reese's cups. I didn't even think about the pumpkin shaped ones, but Reese's cups in general. And we start, I'm Ashley, we have Suzanne, Alicia, and Loranda.
Fantastic. Thank you guys for coming. you're gonna play a very important role in training. You don't realize it, but you will. Thanks for volunteering. Our next group.
All right, this is Miss Shayla Palin and Mrs. Patricia Wells, and we agreed on Reese's as well, so we're dedicated. I'm Mr. Evans.
Thanks. Hey, thanks for volunteering. I appreciate it. Good stuff. Thank you guys for coming. And our table in the back.
Okay. I'm Amanda, Christy, Tracy, Megan, and Ken, and we also did peanut M&Ms.
Oh.
Well, y'all never eat peanut in. I'm just saying, I've never seen it. They heard us and took our idea.
Lots of fun.
This is no longer a safe learning environment.
It's no longer safe.
Candy corn?
Candy corn. Okay, well, everyone had a voice, right? So we let you vote. We're gonna break it down. No one said Jolly Ranchers, no one said like bubble gum.
I would have gone with pink Starburst, right?
Yeah. Okay,
Pink
sure.
Starburst.
All right. Periodically, you'll see my face momentarily. All right, that'll happen. Okay, so again, thank you guys for introducing yourself. Again, safe learning environment. If you do misbehave, someone could possibly restrain you. We are still legally certified to do that thing, but hopefully we don't get there. Nurse Debbie looks okay. Yep, it's our guy, right? Okay, well, don't worry, we're not gonna pick on all of it, just for the first few minutes. Again, when we think about tips, what we're really gonna focus in on today, guys, is really, there we go. We've got our introductions, check that off. Our agenda is gonna look like this. You will have a 1 hour lunch break at some point in time during the day. There will be 2 breaks, around 10 to 15 minutes at some point in time during the day, typically about an hour and a half after we start the session. So if that helps some folks who need to know that. All right, Tracy got you.
Yes, and we have lunch, so you guys don't have to go anywhere, so we're gonna have lunch here.
Wow.
Okay.
They take it care. We're gonna modify some of these things as far as materials, and the response cards. For time's sake, things are gonna look a little different, which will be exciting. You don't have to look up and see the material, and we'll help you ask questions. And then, again, the purpose of this is to improve your skills on tips. And what we're gonna talk a lot about tips 2, which is the most recent updated tips. We'll talk about what you guys have previously done and what you've been doing with the tips. And there's this minor change, so don't worry, we're gonna alleviate all anxiety. So again, welcome to training, and let's continue. So by the end of the day, you're gonna be able to basically verbalize the tips problem solving model, right? You're gonna demonstrate the skills needed for effective and efficient tips problem solving. How do we solve problems? Hint. You can't just say, them babies just can't read. That's not enough. We're gonna talk about identifying the problem and then how do we solve it. We're also gonna really laugh about, identifying the problem, not really just admiring the problem. It's sort of like, ooh, those scores. Can you believe how bad our scores are? Can you believe that? We don't want to admire the problem. We want to get beyond it. We recognize there's a different outcome. That doesn't mean we're bad people if we're not hitting our goals. It's just saying, how do we improve? How do we make it better? So we want to change the mindset of saying, there's this negative thing. It's just something different than expected, right? So that's what we want to think about. Also, we're going to try to use just the model in different data sets. So we're going to talk about behavior, we're going to talk about academics, right? But I know because you guys are in North Carolina, we talk a lot about MTSS, we talk about attendance, right? So we talk about a lot of different things. So we're going to just really just think about this. So as we continue to go through, another part of SEL as far as, social emotional learning is provided. So we're giving you a warm welcome. So there's like 3 signature practices. There's this warm welcome, which hopefully talking about candy, so warm welcome makes you guys feel good. The closing piece, jumping over what we're going to talk about next. The closing is really just having an optimistic closure. We'll have an optimistic closure to the day because you're going to say, it's payday, it's Friday, and I'm off, right? So that's going to be your optimistic closure. That's part of it. But throughout the training, we like to practice these things that we really think about, which are thoughts, questions, or opinions, or TQ, right? So if at any point in time you have a thought, a question, or an epiphany, I encourage you to ask the question, to share the thought, or provide that opinion. Because what happens is, it's not just for you. It's for all these other folks in this room and all of our friends in the virtual world who may or may not have a question, right? So they may say, I was wondering that, or your thought may be something, may answer a question they have. So again, feel free to share those out. Again, this is a safe learning environment. As long as no one has a problem, they don't throw it, they feel like I'm good, so no one should be restrained and we'll be good to go. Everyone okay with that? Fantastic. All right. So again, why am I here? I'll just let you read over this, but in general, there's a lot of public schools in the United States, right? Each school has one team. You guys are either the chair of that team or you're a member of that team. You guys solve the problem. You meet one time a month, an hour to 2 hours, solve all the problems of the world. That's the goal, right? And there's 5 of them. You got it. That's the end of training. Go home. That's kind of currently where we're at, what we've been doing, right? So the idea becomes, how do we make it better? Like I said, in North Carolina, help roll out PBIS statewide and TSS statewide. Now, nationally, I do different things with different states in regards to what's your innovation. It's really about how to implement things. And what I like to say is, if we really do a good job of thinking about how we're going to roll something out and put it in place, and we clearly communicate to people why we're doing it and how we're going to do it, we typically are able to do it. What happens is we don't clearly communicate sometimes, and we leave things to chance, and we're all human. And what happens? Once something's not working or we're not actually practicing it, guess what we say? I'm not going to do that anymore, right? I just read a study recently about stop signs. People don't stop at stop signs anymore, right? Right, when you go to a stop sign, you come to a complete stop, to the left, to the right. Now we come to a stop sign, tap the brake, tap the brake, tap the brake, okay, I'm done, right? That's what we look like, right? So we can use the data to tell us, what are we doing? How do we make things better? And when you start wondering, why do they put that stop like that? Because there's been a lot of accidents. So we're going to help you stop, right? So again, as we think about this, we're asking a lot of your team to solve all the problems in the world. So this is all the time that it would take for you to solve all the problems in the world at your specific school size. You got it? Again, it's a lot. What we've got to do is really say, how do we make our problem solving minutes count? Again, how do we put plans in place to support the work that we're trying to implement that supports our staff and students? And I'm big on talking about staff. I'm married to a first grade teacher. It's fantastic because I'm her first grade student most of the time. So I spend most of my time getting lectured about my second grader, about academics, lectured by my wife because I'm a first grader, and hanging out with a 4-year-old who thinks she's a 12th grader. So it's fantastic, right? This is the world I live in. So I make my problem solving minutes count, trust me. So let's think about this. Typically, we think about problem solving, we find out the problem and we solve it. That's how it looks, right? I thought about it, I solved it. That's how it looks. Show of hands, raise your hand. You think you have a problem, you solve this just like this. Could you raise your hands if this is how it typically works for you? This is my Snickers group, right? Snickers and you guys paid yeah, chocolate, okay. Well, for the rest of us, this is kind of how problem solving actually works. You almost got it. Almost did. Yeah, no. We're out of time. That's the end of our meeting. That's what it looks like. Some of you guys thought it was really going to connect to. If you ever leave a meeting and it looks like this, you're okay. You're normal. It's better. So again, our goal is to look like this. Ideally, this is typically where we end up with. So how do we get from there, from point A to point B? How do we improve? Identify the problem and actually solve it. All right. Because we don't want you to feel like this teacher. By your responses, you're telling me this is true. Not that we gotta solve problems. It's, did we just talk about this last year? Fix this last year? Yeah, no, yeah. Talking about it. Yeah. All right, so this is where tips comes into play. All right, so tips was, it started as a research project. So if you see the name Rob Horner and you guys folks, you might remember like, he's one of like the fathers of PBIS, right? But he sat at a bar with George Stein and they basically wrote down on a napkin, what if we could fix behavior? What would that look like? They worked with some folks at UNC Charlotte and came up with basically this way to, how do we solve problems? What's the most effective way to solve problems? Right, so they built tips, which is what you guys have been using. And then they came back and reviewed it and did some research and said, this is tips tip, just a few modifications. The things that we think about with tips, it's logical, right? It makes sense to us. Most people, if something's logical, I always tell folks, I'm easy. I'm extremely easy. You can tell me anything. Now, I'll do what you ask me to do. I believe. You tell me you're in charge, that's what we're gonna do. You have to prove to me that you have no idea what you're doing for me not, right? So like, if it's logical, it makes sense. Think about people you work with every day. It makes sense. People what? They will do it. It's thorough. That's what we're talking about. Why do we keep having to solve the same problem? Because we're doing this step, right? Now, first volunteer. The table over here, she's gonna have to say her name. You were the lead. You had to pick names. Yes, ma'am.
Ashley.
Ashley. Thank you, Ashley. So everyone be prepared. I may not remember the name. I'm gonna find you based on the type of candy you slip. Ashley, really quickly, 2 minutes or less.
Okay.
Describe to me your morning routine to get you here. What'd you do this morning to get here? Go.
I woke up, I took a shower, I took my daily vitamins, I drank lemon water, a cup of green tea, I did my hair, I did my makeup. I ironed 2 shirts this morning because I wasn't sure. I got dressed, I ate breakfast cooked by my amazing fiance. And I packed everything in the car, said a prayer, kissed fiance goodbye, got in the car, and then here, and I already had all of my coffee.
You've lived a full morning.
I got it at 4:40. So 4:40, yeah.
Thanks for shouting out the amazing fiance.
He's awesome.
That's right. And even if your amazing fiance or significant other isn't awesome, just say it occasionally. Make them feel good, make them do that, right? Make them do it. There you go, right? That was pretty thorough. Hey, Ashley, I got a question. Because you woke up and you took a shower, right?
Yes.
Did you get out of bed?
Oh, well, yes, I did.
I'm sure.
I did. So that was the given. I thought it was the given.
I don't live at your home. You might have a shower bed for all that, right? By the way, write that down. That's gonna be our next thing. We're gonna make a lot of money on that shower. Yeah, but take a shower. Right? But the idea is, right, if we're being thorough, we've really got to detail these steps. Because for you, that was perfect, made perfect sense to all of us. We get it. But there's that one person in your school. They can get it. You ain't supposed to get these kids tickets for what? They behave. Why? Right? We gotta be thorough. We gotta be clearly communicating the goals and the outcomes we're expecting to get. Also, tips is efficient. Again, we saw problem, solution, straight line to what we typically did. Problem, we're all over the place. We're out of time. It's the efficiency is key, right? And then effective. No one wants to do things that aren't effective. Because what does it do? We're still solving the same problem. We've been talking about this since 2017. DPI told us we had to fix this thing. We're still talking about it, right? Things that we can make better. So again, those are things we're going to think about. Going through again, a quick overview of tips. Oh, wow. There's a chart, there's a graphic. Okay. So I'm going to walk you through this graphic, and then I'm going to show you the graphic that you guys are probably familiar with. Okay, so the first step, everything is built around the collection and use of data. And by the way, I'm going to share this with you as a PDF. So you'll have this in your electronic folder as well, but it's just going to be a PDF of just slides. So you'll just see it. And you have a note taking documents with it, right? Some of you might want to take it electronically. There's a piece of paper in your folder. Ta-da, there's a note taking document. Anything that you catch, you can just write it here. Also, again, it'll just be able to say like, on this slide, this is what it looks like. So you'll have all the materials. Everything that we do is built around the collection and use of data, right? Corey collects tennis shoes. I used to have like 600 pairs, and I got mad, and I was like, I gotta figure out a way to get around this, because I don't know if my wife's gonna appreciate me having 600 pair of shoes. So there's shoes hidden at my home, my childhood home, that my mom didn't even know are there. I have shoes that are older than your children. This is true. I have a pair of shoes from 1998 that I would never wear, but they're just a keepsake. They're personal memento. Right, so I collect data, so I collect shoes, but I've slowed down a lot. But I know every Saturday at 10 o'clock, something happens. So I need to wake up by at least 9:50. Who am I kidding? I got kids. I've been to the gym and back. We've had breakfast before I got married. So, oh, I gotta wake up at this time. And I have to have my phone, because there's gonna be a pair of tennis shoes gonna be on that phone. Just press the button, buy those shoes. I'm never gonna wear them. I'm just gonna get them and have them. Right. And then I had to like collect a lot of data. I had to find out which store, like before they had this app, I used to have to like scout stores and figure out where am I gonna go? Who do I have to be nice to so that they make sure they have that one size 14 shoe that has my name on it when I go to the store, right? Because they don't sell many size 14. So it's all about collection and use of data. The next thing, once we have our data, and you guys have plenty of data, we're gonna talk about all the data we have. You identify the problem. What we're going to do today is think about identifying the problem with precision. Again, kids can't read, isn't enough. What are we specifically talking about? Then we're going to figure out what's our goal. What's our goal for change? What do we want them to do? And then we're going to kind of build out a plan. We're going to identify a solution and create a plan. Then guess what we're going to do? We build the plan. Let's actually just do it. Let's try it, see if it works. Then we're going to progress monitor. Our EC staff folks love this. Progress monitor. We love it. And then finally, we're going to make a decision. We're going to evaluate. The easiest way to think about this, you guys work in education. You work in education. Those folks who send those babies to school aren't always educated, so they're not always aware of things. So for them, school starts in August and ends in May, maybe June. That's it. So not so much. Because now what do? You evaluate at the end to see what our outcomes were. And we start planning. So when those babies walk back through the door in August, we have a plan for improvement. And we have to think about alignment. So if our third graders didn't read well this year, what's going to happen? We got to think about what are we going to do to support them as they are in what grade? Fourth grade. We're building a plan to improve reading for third grade, for those kids who are coming into third grade, right? So when we think about it, as you think about this model, don't let it scare you. It's just the idea about at the end, what do we do? How do we make decisions? If things are working well for us, guess what we should do? Keep going. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But if it's broke, you should fix it, right? My water bill is $300 a month. I can't figure out why. Look, something's broken. You probably should get it fixed, right? Just want to really take a step back and say, how do we make things better? All righty. So again, you guys can see everything's interconnected with the data. Of course, it walks us through how we're going to problem solve this. So again, our goal is to again go from, we've got all this data, let's look at our data. Let's find out what we're doing really well so we can celebrate that, find out those areas of improvement. All right. So does this work? So for the sake of time, I'm going to briefly touch on the research, right? Because it's research and some people really love it. For the most part, we're really trying to figure out how to do it. So when we think about tips, what we found is there's either full day training, you can have a full day coaching session, and then just coaching meetings. We're going to try to mimic that today, right? just really think about the elements, really the things that we're gonna focus in on today. There's a meeting minutes form that is scare a lot of people in the state of North Carolina. So we're gonna demystify this form that you have in your phone and how to use it electronically, manage your meetings. All right, how do we set expectations before, during, and after the meeting? How do we access data? You guys use this thing called, how do you guys get data in North Carolina right now? What do you guys use? You guys use ECATs? We use PowerSchool. How's it work? What do we do? We use both. You guys are using ECATs?
We have to.
You have to. Okay, fantastic.
We do.
Fantastic. Because I spent a lot of time working with those folks, and I'm so excited that you guys are using it. And it's a great tool. You put everything in PowerSchool, it gives you the information that you need. So I'm gonna give you a moment to this. So please, use it, please. And also just these critical elements and how do we monitor what we're actually doing. All right. So just to show you, this is how teams, they did some research on how people thought they were performing as far as problem solving before they went through TIPS training. So you kind of see what they look like as far as action planning and all these different areas. Do we actually implement things with fidelity? And then the level of improvement, the feedback they got after going through TIPS training. Again, it just streamlines the work. It makes us more efficient, effective, and efficient. That's what we're really shooting for, right? We're still human beings. Like, it's gonna change it changes how you function as far as your meetings, right? It just guides you through a little different. So that helps us be more effective, more efficient. All right. So when we think about TIPS, the big features really are the meeting foundations, like how do we really have effective meetings, right? Because again, we talked about that problem to solution. When we think about that, it's not necessarily that we can't do these things. Do we have effective meetings? We spent 35 minutes talking about, trunk or treat that's gonna happen in school. Now we're gonna spend the next 10 minutes of time that we have allotted for the solution by meeting on what the actual data. So it helps us prioritize what's important, because everything's important, but it really keeps us focused on the task at hand, right? And then just really the big piece is problem solving. How do we solve problems? If we really truly want to see improvement, we have to recognize there are problems. And again, we have to change the thought process. That means we're bad people, right? It's just a different outcome in this respect. If we're not where you want to be, what do we need to do to get there? Right? That's all we're trying to do when we think about problems. So again, no, it's not this negative, it's just a different area. We're not where we want to be. Right? How do we improve that? So they also built in like this fidelity check sheet that you'll see throughout training, we'll speak to, but really that was just really to measure like how do you do these things? And it's typically graded on a score 0, 1, 2, right? 2 is fully in place every meeting. We do this. 1, we kind of do it, or 0, no, we never do it. We still have ineffective meetings. So they built all these things in order to measure, and that's how we went from pre-TIPS, how people thought they were performing, to post-TIPS training to where they are. So again, you'll see that pop up. We'll talk a little bit about that. So one of the questions was really like, look, number 2, meeting participants have the authority to develop and implement problem-solving solutions. It just tells you the source. Do we have these things in place or not? So you're not going to use this much, but again, just giving the research on how they found out the effectiveness of TIPS, right? So again, just critical features. We talked about the 2 critical features: the meeting foundations, how we really run these effective meetings, and how we solve problems. That's what we're really going to focus on today. And that's the big idea around TIPS, right? So question, just a random meeting question. If you guys at your tables are a team, let's just imagine you all work together, you are a team. More than likely, some of you do work together because you research that you see that makes you feel safe, secure. If you meet, let's say August comes up, and you say we're going to meet the first Tuesday in August. When should we meet for the rest of the year? Oh, look, yes, we're quick, right? Why should we meet the first Tuesday of the month? What's that? It's predictable, right? Again, I'm married to a first grade teacher. I don't want to talk about this. No, Tuesdays and Thursdays, I know. I can't go to the gym at 5:30, I gotta go to the gym at 5, because she's gotta leave at 7, drop Olivia off, and she has to be at school for school improvement meeting, or she has some other meeting, right? I know, it's predictable. What's not predictable is when she says, oh, you got that training Friday. I got IAP meeting at 7:15. Why is it 7:15? I don't know. Not so predictable. If it was at 7:30, I could go 4 o'clock. Okay, makes sense. 7:15, why? You know, not predictable. Likelihood of me attending. So again, how do we make things predictable? Consistency. We're gonna select that and we're gonna pick this meeting date out at the beginning of the year, right? So those are things we're gonna spend time talking about when we think about meeting foundations. Now, the fun part is this gonna happen at the end of the day when you're really tired, but we're gonna talk a lot about meeting foundations. Then problem solving. Again, the big idea is it's not enough to say we're not doing well in something. It's what's the specific areas? Why aren't we doing it? Right? I like sports. I really like sports. Football season's going on, that's great. It's basketball season. I really like basketball. Really like basketball. You have a favorite team, I can tell you if they're good or if they're not. Blink of an eye. I can go watch a basketball game right now and tell you if someone's going to college for basketball or not. It's crystal clear. My eyes don't lie to me. I got enough data to tell you. That's it. What happens sometimes is we want to come up with all these other things. We can take the initial snapshot, but we got to drill down. I said, oh, this guy's really good. He's going to do, because that's where all the good basketball players go, not to that other school, right? You say, well, how did that happen? Well, you know, he says, well, I played basketball for 10,000 hours my entire life, up until I'm 18. So from the age of 5 to 18, this child has done this many times. They've been arrested petitions. That probably increases the area of improvement, right? And you just start collecting all these data pieces. And what is that? That confirms what we already know. But what we typically say, he's tall. And in the background, I'm not saying anything. That kid's terrible. He can't play, right? But if someone worked with him, it could improve that way, right? So when we think about problem solving, again, we apply this to everything we do every day. You get in your car and it doesn't crank up, what do? Wait a minute, say that again. It's appropriate, it's not inappropriate. What do? You get in your car and it doesn't crank up?
Call my husband.
Oh, okay. And something positive happens from that, right? Okay, we get a positive outcome, right? We solve the problem. You're in a car and blue lights pop up behind you. What do?
Cry.
Cry. Cry. Some people say, how much I gotta pay this lawyer? Damn, lawyer. Right? But the problem eventually is what? Solved. I'm gonna give you guys a recipe to bake a cake at some point in time today. Instead of baking powder, you're gonna use baking soda. So what's gonna happen to your cake? Not gonna get our desired outcome, right? What are you gonna do? How are you gonna improve that the next time? Go buy it. Go buy it. Maybe we'll get the right ingredients. I'm gonna call grandma and say, grandma, hey, you do this. And grandma's gonna say, now listen, baby, you get a pinch of this, you pour a dash of that. What does that measurement even look like? Right? Again, we talk about problem solving. We're really gonna focus in on identifying the problem. Really, you know, a big part of my job is to ask questions, right? Because it's easy to identify the big problem. Like, okay, why is this team not this? Okay, but why? Like, you keep drilling down until you get to this is it. And if that's the it, and we start building out, well, how do we make that better? All right, so we'll see how the volume goes. You can check the volume, let's see.
Yeah, I turned it up.
Oh, fantastic. I'm gonna step away. We're gonna watch a TIPS meeting just to see how this kind of looks. Let's see. I'm going to press play on it. Let's see. Yeah, it's sometimes. We're having slight technical difficulty, and that's on me. Don't worry about it. We'll get back to it, I'm sure. All right. So again, let's just think about the meeting minutes, just a big idea. The demographics around the meeting. So again, we talk about when are we gonna meet? We need to make sure that we, monitor attendance. Because what happens is Corey never attends, and he always says, can you remind me of this? And guess what we're doing? Losing time. And guess what's important? Time, right? Again, I always laugh. I got two small children. They used to really be small. And then I recognize like lots of things matter. Time really matters. I need the time back. Because now that time that's to second grader, again, is lecturing about everything related to academics. Time is important. We want folks there. We also want to clarify their roles so people know what's expected of them, right? So many times we say, well, we want to do this, but we don't really communicate what doing this looks like. What's my role, right? And that's when we have staff members who say, well, what are we going to do? How do we make it better? What am I supposed to do, right? So those are things to think about. Then we jump into just the overall systems.
Did I mess it up? I was just trying to move it so you could see the title on the top.
What'd
What'd I do?
Megan,
Chrissy told me to.
Always my fault.
there's a problem. The problem drills back to Chris.
Is it working? Is it working now?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay.
You didn't. So just the overall update, just the big picture. Again, do we really do a good job of explaining what we're going to do? Leadership. What's our plan? What's our vision? What's our mission? Right? Our vision is like our outcome. That's what we see. The mission are the things that we do to get there. Right? All right. So again, think about action plans and evaluation. Don't think about action plans as a negative. It's just the actions we're going to take to get to our outcome. Right? So we're going to talk about the elements of the precise problem statement. What are our goals? All right. What's the solution? How do we evaluate this? Right? So we know where we want to be. It's those steps in between. Like we know we got a problem. We know we want to improve. We want to be here. All those steps in between. We got to really think about clearly how do we get to those steps, and how do we understand to say like, we're performing at 20% level here, but we want to be 80%. We say, well, okay, we're at 20% this month. We're going to be at 75% next month. Is that likely to happen? Likely. Yeah, it's like we're functioning at 20% right now. Like we're performing at 20% of where we want to be. And we know we want to get to 100%. We say, well, we feel like we can get to 80%. We say, well, we'll be at 75% next month. Like, I want to know what you're doing because, like, we're going to sell it to a lot of people. Change doesn't happen that fast. People don't change that fast. I bite my fingernails. I've been biting my fingernails since I got young. Only thing that made me change, I was a bank teller in high school, real responsibility. And the ladies at the bank were like, you kind of need to have fingernails to count pennies, count change. Anybody understand this? So it kept me from biting my fingernails. As soon as I stopped being a bank teller, guess what? I bite these fingernails daily. I already talking about this, right? There's no need for you to change that behavior. So again, we know where we want to go. How do we get there? How do we really put steps in place to get to that point? All right. And again, task. What's the task? Oh, I'm in charge of that? Who's going to do it? When do you need that? Right? I'm in charge of buying toys at my house. Toys and tennis shoes. That's all I'm about. Toys and tennis shoes. That's my job. It's like, I got other stuff, but like those are my two biggest. Toys and tennis shoes. Always taken care of. Someone else was in charge of Halloween costumes. We got one, someone was trying to buy one last night, and I'm thinking, that's not effective at all. Halloween costumes at school. So good luck with it. Get on the phone. Right. I'm already looking at Amazon while they're out looking for those costumes. But 2 days, right? So again, general task. What's the task? Tennis shoes and tools. That's my task. Who's in charge? Me. When they need them, or when it's a holiday. That's it, right? That's the only time they get those things, right? Like birthdays, no, but thank you for the money. It's going in the bank account. They'll need it. And like my nephews, they're gonna buy all the candies you guys mentioned, right? Again, general task is just making sure people are aware of what they're supposed to do. Do we do a good job of that in schools right now? How's daily attendance looking next year? Right? Perfect. So let's not just think about just like the general piece, like, do we actually get daily attendance input at the appropriate times? You know, I forgot to put that form in. That's what I told you guys in the lounge while I was drinking my coffee. I guess I should probably get back and fill that form out, the attendance and submit. What's the actual task? Who's supposed to do it and when's it supposed to be done? You tell folks, they're more likely to do it, right? Because they know you're expecting. I'm really expecting. I need that done by this time. So we focus on those things. And then just the evaluation. We also want to evaluate our needs. Again, don't think of this as negative. Was this meeting efficient? Right? Did we use the strategies that we wanted to? Are they being implemented with fidelity? We've gone over multiple strategies to get that attendance data input at a certain time. Are we seeing outcomes? And then are we seeing the changes in students' lives? Right? Those are the things we want to focus on. So again, jumping into the meeting minutes, you guys have it. It's 2 pages. Page 1 and page 2, we're going to spend a few minutes coming up to talk about meeting minutes. Oh, boy, I got a few more minutes before we have our break. Fantastic. Meeting minutes, good place. All right. As we continue, walking through the meeting minutes form. If you want to, you can put your district logo or you can put your school logo up there. Again, those are all those things that are like not so important for it. So I'm just gonna have a piece of paper so I can figure it out. Right? But if you need it, that's fantastic. What we want to focus here is just the general meeting info. We've got our roles, the date, you know, who's attending. We've got all that general information. So that's the meeting information. Our agenda items will go here. If we don't get through all of our agenda items, guess what happens? It rolls into our agenda items for next meeting. Again, it's easier if you guys think about it, you guys have to pick about it. Electronically, it's easy because now I just have this meeting minutes form. I can just copy, you know, the conclusion of this and start my next meeting form, and I'll just really update this here. Now, as we continue, our systems overview. This is general things. So this is general data. So we're talking about in Nash Rocky Mountain, we're talking about core data. Is that appropriate, man? Our MTSS folks, is that appropriate? We talk about core.
Yes.
You guys heard that word a lot, right? 5 years ago, I said that word a whole lot in the state of North Carolina. I also said 2020 is gonna happen, and then something else happened in 2020. It like took place of like this big idea around like SLD policy change restricted. So 2020 is only gonna happen. 2020 something's gonna happen. I said it for 5 years. Consistent, I was prepared. 2020 something's gonna happen, joking around, like alluding to like SLD policy gonna change, we're doing MTSS. And then March of 2020, I was at a conference in Florida, getting ready to present. They were like, conference is over. NBA just canceled basketball, and we're worried about this thing that's happening in 2020, right? It's like, that was a few months early. SLD policy don't change to this thing. Something else happened. So when we think about this systems overview piece, what we're really thinking about is just a big idea, like core information. So we're thinking about what's our attendance looking like? What's our academics? We think about academics, we're talking about what typically, you know, math and this, like what do we look like? Are we performing where we want to be? And behavior. Ken Brown has been sent to the office 98 times since school. I know that. You don't have to. We've got confirmation over here. I believe it. I know that. Right? There's some kids just like, how many times you been to the office? We're working on it. But yes, we're not shopping. It's a challenge. Yes.
Hey, guys, the sheet is in there, just keep looking, it should be in the back, close to the back.
Yeah.
We did one with our logo on it.
Fantastic.
Talking over yours. Yeah.
So I have the dash one in there, and then I have the one you're talking about.
Yeah, look at all those, it's happy faces. Yeah, I can see smiling faces. So again, that systems piece is just the big idea. What do we look like as a whole? Which leads us into what? That leads us into our problem solving process. We start with the whole, right? You guys ever hear people in Nash Rocky County talk about instruction, curriculum, and environment? We focus on our instruction, we focus on our curriculum, we focus on our environment. The learner, which we always put first, is what? The last thing we look at, right? We really want to look at what we're doing first, our practices, to make sure that we have things in place to get our outcome before we start. Course, no. Right now, I think whatever time is coming. So again, this is where all the problem solving will take place. All right. Then we're going to implement our plan, our change, and we're going to ask some simple questions. Did it work? Again, as the forms continue, just housekeeping pieces. Thinking about, what was our action item? We had a discussion, thinking about those agenda items. We had a discussion. What's the task? Why? Again, why are we going to make this change? And what are we going to do? So, one more thing, and then we'll ask a question. We also evaluate, how did we do? Where we want to be? Is this an effective tool? So, question before I go any further. I can speak talking, thoughts, questions, or epiphanies so far. I'll start with the question. Did we demystify just in general this meeting form? Like, does it help you understand like why this form is important so far? Right? Is this a form that you think you could have if you had it electronically on your laptop in front of you now, you could use in a meeting? Right? By the way, if you get confused, no one goes. Right? It's okay. Now, again, just quick check-in. Any thoughts, questions, or epiphanies up to this point? If you have a question, please share. If you have a question, let us know. I may answer it. I may say, it's a great question. We're going to talk about that in the next 30 slides. So any thoughts, questions, or epiphanies so far? Where everyone's like, I'm okay. Can I have a snicker bar? Yeah, see a big part. Payday. Got payday. Okay.
Has anybody used this form in the room? Has anybody used this form? We did some kind of variations of it in the past, but has anybody successfully run through their? No.
Monique, I did.
I didn't use the form, but I ran through.
Just want to kind of gauge and see where we.
Now the question's like, you think like the form for me is just guides me through. Now someone just wrote all these steps down on a piece of paper and handed it to me too. So I can use that too. The form just kind of makes it easier because you can say and you see the progression. So I can say, October. Wherever I meet today, in October, we'll be in before Friday in November. No, we won't. We're gonna meet earlier. Thanks. So we're gonna meet earlier, but again, we already have this. We could already build our next agenda from what we currently have, and that's why I think it's helpful. It's just this electronic document that I can have. Everyone has access to it. Right? There's not a single sheet of paper. Whoever's in charge of taking notes. And I'm looking at you. I have a 40-year-old man. She those notes. Right. So it's really just everyone has access to it. You can put it in a shared drive, shared location. Everyone can review the meeting minutes. Plus, we can also email them out to folks to get them prepared for the upcoming meeting. Hopefully, a week in advance. Because if you're like me, don't you love it when you get like an agenda like the day before? You're like, ooh, no. The day before you can manage it. Don't you love when you get an agenda for at like 6:30 in the morning or 8 o'clock? You're like, I'm just not gonna be prepared for this. I'm gonna do my best, right? So that's what we really want to do. So let's really go into where do these items actually go on the meetings form? So in another life, I would have given you guys a green card that stood for demographics and agenda. I'll give you a blue card for systems overview. I'll give you a purple card for problem solving, so you can see what problem solving actually takes place on the board. And then I give you a yellow card that just you can hold up for organizational housekeeping phase. For time's sake, we're not gonna play the game today. We're gonna play the family feud game a little different. Just gonna go through it and let you guys, it's kind of yell out answers, right? So as we continue, you got your little, key at the bottom corner that tells you kind of what we're looking for. And you guys have your forms. Everyone have their forms as we walk through. Everyone has their forms out. You're ready. There may be a prize. If you get all the answers right. Christy, you got the prize? Say yes.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. There is a prize.
It's not the form that has Nash County logo on it. It says make a copy. It's another form that should be the copy of the photo. You don't have it. See this little.
It's okay. It's okay. Because guess what? It's all gonna be electronically.
Yeah.
You can reach anyway, so it's okay. So I would ask this question. There have been 5 fights on the playground during the last week. Ooh, that sounds bad. To me, sounds like a good time. What's happening on the playground? There's a lot of stuff going on the playground. I'm gonna go watch this. I like to support the drop in after 2 days, like watching TV. People watch all the stuff there. Some stuff happening out there. So there's been 5 fights. Where would we put that on our form? Where do you guys think that would go? Think that's a systems piece? Problem solving, right? That's a problem. I mean, I guess, yes. It depends on how good the fights are. I'm just kidding. Right. It's problem solving, right? So like we gotta figure out what the specifics are. It's not just they're fighting. When are they fighting? Right? Are they, they're fighting when there are no adults out there. There's no adult supervision. What did the teacher say? It was hot. And the teacher over there in the tree. Right. But we gotta figure out what's happening, right? So now you gotta see how the game is. All right, there's another question. We got an increase in gang recruitment. It's an agenda item, agenda topic for our meeting this month or this week. So we're talking about the agenda. So we got green. Who said green? Give that lady some. There you go. Right? You can see, she's already picked out her prize. All right, demographics and agenda, right? So this is where like these types of topics we got like this. We've recognized the problem. We don't have any data, but we feel like we've seen enough to say we could probably do that. That should give it to. All right, upcoming events. Okay, data reviewing a big picture look at reading performance at our school. Right? Systems overview thing. There we go. There we go. Good job. Systems overview. We're looking at big data, right? Outcome data report the impact of the solutions on a problem. Problem solving. Fantastic. Perfect. Great. This is going to be fun. I'm going to read this out and then ask a question. We need to provide an update on CICO implementation for staff. Anybody know what CICO is? Oh, it's fantastic. Check in, check out. You guys use check in, check out here, apparently. That's a good thing. We need an update on it. What's that? What should that be? Yellow go. Housekeeping, right? It's already in place. We want an update. Goldenrod. Right, lavender, periwinkle. I've been in a lot of weddings, so like, colors, right? It's not purple. Periwinkle. That's right. You're gonna be in a wedding like the 19th of this month. That's mauve. Ain't pink. Swan. Get that right. Okay, yeah. The brides really like when you know this stuff. They're really excited that you pay attention. Attention to detail. Next thing, goal and timeline for a problem. What do we think that falls? Right. Oh, can't see it. But we're really just trying to figure out like positive momentum. We're seeing improvements, right? So we need to discuss training for staff. Where do we think that should go? Upcoming trainings, right? Agenda, you think? There you go. It's an agenda item, right? Something we want to discuss moving forward. All right. We're going to use a 5-point Likert scale to assess the fidelity of implementation. All those wonderful words. Fidelity of implementation. What do we think? Problem solved, right? Did we actually implement, right? Did we do it? We've got other versions of meeting minutes. We're gonna go through the slide because guess what? You already have another version in your handout, right? Now, this is what I mentioned, like you would see some of these throughout. Again, this was just a fidelity check. Team was using tips in meeting minutes, form or equipment, right? This was how they did the research to determine improvements as far as problem solving meetings, right? So if you have never used this, it would be 0, which means you're bad people. No, it doesn't. If no one ever told you to use something like this or you never informed to it, how can we hold you responsible for that? So I always tell people when you get like these things with the 0, 1, 2, zeros aren't negative. It just tells us we didn't know how, how to know. 1 is partially in place, we use it infrequently, or 2, every, right? So again, this is just how they measure today. All right. Oh, this is perfect time. We're gonna watch a video here, fingers crossed, fingers and toes crossed. We're gonna watch a video, and then we're gonna have a break. Does that feel good to everyone? Yeah. And I know I'm not supposed to tell you we're gonna have a break right before we watch a video, but please focus on the video. You're gonna have to go press the slide. That's okay. We're gonna make it work.
Okay, everyone, let's go ahead and get started. Thanks for being on time. We have 45 minutes scheduled for this meeting. Our next meeting is for April 1st. And we have an agenda, and our agenda today is to review our Swiss data from the last meeting and update the status of how we're doing, do a data review, do we have any new problems, and
Megan, what was our goal?
Let's see, it says our goal was to reduce the frequency of problem behaviors in the 6th and 7th grade classrooms by about half for the year, and to see no more than 8 referrals for the month.
Okay, and we had to. Okay.
Oh, wait, I think we missed a part of our problem. I only have for the minutes the who, the what, the where, and when the problems are happening for these students.
Shane, what did the data say about the possible motivation for these behaviors?
Well, if you scroll down, you can see the motivation is basically peer attention.
Okay, so Megan, are you clear now? Do you got the why in there now?
Yeah.
Okay, peer attention, great.
I'm sorry, I don't think I have all the information here in the minutes. I'm sorry, guys. What did we?
Okay, so let's go back. So what we're saying is that we want to review whether staff are handling the reports the way that we asked them to, and report possibly how many they're doing specifically for 3rd grade. And then we're talking about involving the parents, sending a message to the parents about what we're trying to address.
Well, and do the fidelity checks and report on the report each day.
Right, but this is just for 3rd grade.
Right.
Right, we're going to be really specific. We've narrowed down our problem.
I think so. Let's do it for this month and see if the problem behaviors for those kids at that time decrease by next month.
You know what, let's use grade level meetings for this. Even though the problem is coming from 3rd grade, let's make sure that all staff review the procedures with the parents and themselves and the students. But let's put a heavier emphasis on 3rd grade.
Great.
So who's going to inform that, the grade level teams who's review that?
I think I'll put that on my task list.
Okay, and, let's see, when will that happen?
Grade level meetings are next week. I'll pop in each one of those and encourage them to put a note in the parent newsletter.
Okay, so we have a plan now to follow up with the 6th and 7th.
I things, but I didn't actually hear us say what our goal was for that third grade problem behavior.
So we don't
All
have
the
it.
other pieces, but I didn't hear the goal.
Okay.
You're right. What we're looking for is that last year, the third graders had 131 ODRs, 30% total. And I think what we need to do is find a goal so they get no more than 10 ODRs per month or fewer than 90 ODRs per year.
Thanks, Megan, for bringing us back to that, keeping us on task. And let's. Anything else before we close the meeting?
No.
Okay, so just a quick reminder, our next meeting is April 1st, and that's still good with everyone, it's on your calendars.
Yeah.
And we really did a nice job starting on time this time, so let's keep it up.
All righty, so I know it's a lot of segments and it's kind of chopped up. Does it make sense that one thing, if your role is the note taker, obviously, you're like, I gotta be on it, but you have a team there that's there to help you. So if everyone's engaged, it's easier to keep up with that. At the end, you see how they wanted to wrap up, but you also see how people were like, that's my task. Now, does this mean we need to go back and build out a tips meeting team? No. You guys have school improvement teams or MTSS teams and whatever your team is, your improvement team, right? If you have representation from each grade level, more than likely, correct? So I think about that question, who's going to tell the third grade teachers what to do? Well, the idea is the third grade rep will go back and communicate that, but also when they have their PLCs and their team meetings, the idea is that they would function in a similar manner, using a similar form, right? So if there's an agenda item that needs to come from third grade, it would be generated from this type of meeting. The goal is not only the PLC, back to the grade level teams, so that again, the practice is the same. So that if there's ever a challenge that required additional support from someone from central office or someone else, they could sit in and be a participant in that meeting. Does that make sense? So again, what we're trying to do, not only with this, is just building consistency, but also saying the support can be more consistent because we know what everyone's doing, right? We know how these meetings function, how they flow, why I'm specifically here, what my role is in this meeting with this grade level instead of at a school, building level for general, problems or challenges. Everybody feel good about that? Sure. All right. Tracy, how long break is it? You guys have a 10-minute break. So just look at your phone, your electronic device, and 10 minutes from the time that you have, not even because we already have different time, we shouldn't, but it should be synced. 10 minutes from the time you see right now, I'll be up here talking, or someone will be up here talking. So enjoy your break, get a Snicker bar, have a glass of water.
Yeah. Help yourself to any snacks on the snack table.
Contact your fiance to, prepare you a meal in 10 minutes.
That's right, that's right. Crock-pot meal.
Crock-pot meal, anything, prime time. I'm sorry.
Hey, what's going on? Now, which side you want to be on? Because you was on that side. The microphone is set up here.
I can stand right here.
Okay. All right. So what I'm gonna do is have. I know you probably don't like it, but I'm gonna have the camera. Yeah, but they'll see whatever's on the presentation. So just you'll be on the little window.
Okay,
That's okay. All right. Cool.
Put it there. I'll be here. That work.
Yeah, that'll be totally fine. And so your microphone is here.
Yep.
And so you're a little taller, so
what about?
Yeah, you tell wherever you tell me where you're gonna be.
I can stand in this.
Because what I can do is put it up here, so that is this whole area right there. So you have to just
Okay, whatever's the easiest for you, that's fine. Let me check something real quick while they're on break. Let's see.
Just last Sunday I did.
So Jimmy found, yes, the theater. We did right there on the front drive, outside the chapel. We didn't go into the courtyard.
Hey, that's good.
Oh, yes. Wedding years in advance, so, yeah.
All right, I'm gonna put something down here so you don't trip over it. Look, we don't want you doing it. Yeah.
This year.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine, I'll get it.
It's like now about
So I don't know. We didn't make it last year. We didn't get a bid last year. I'm not sure how we did. So six months. And they set it up like the 60, like 32. Yeah, but we're number 1 and 2 and 3A for the eastern part of the state.
He enables the behavior.
Well, right him up here.
I really say, I don't know what to do. You're in the car. You're right. You're right.
You can't go in.
Go get it. Fantastic. You have to remind me of your name. Miranda. Miranda, you were the first one. Welcome back. Let's all give Miranda a hand clap. She was the one. Started the party. You raised your hand. Everybody else jumped on board. You're ready to go. Oh, sorry. Technology.
Only be about 30 minutes. Right there.
All right, so we spent a lot of time talking about meeting minutes. Thank you guys for coming back. Hey, virtual friends, thank you guys for coming back. Look, my virtual friends can see me there. That's not gonna happen. What's wrong with you?
They can see you.
Oh, they still can see me. Hey,
Yeah.
virtual friends. Positive vibes for you guys out there in the virtual world. So now we're really gonna focus, we're gonna spend a lot of time thinking about problem solving, but really the first step, identifying the problem with precision. And we're gonna spend, you're gonna say, why are we spending so much time in this first step? Because the most important step is really diagnosing what's the true problem, right? Because if we don't get the problem right, what are we doing? We're solving for the wrong thing. We're spinning wheels, right? And what we're gonna focus in on is the what, the who, when, where, and why. So let's jump into it. Right here, we're gonna identify the problem with precision. So our first question is just, what is a problem? Anyone want to share some general ideas about what they think a problem is? Say that loud.
An issue that needs to be corrected.
Issue needs to be corrected. Anybody else? What's the problem? Something different than what's expected, right? So it could be an issue that should be corrected, something different than what we expect. Lots of ways to think about a problem. So let's look at it and see. So this is a bullseye, obviously. That seems to look, that looks right. That appears to be normal, correct? What about this? What's that? That's how you would play. We got to provide a little practice, a little support, right? Make sure we got glasses on, all sorts of things. What about this? Give it a second. Give it a second.
You messed it up.
Wait for it, wait for it. We're back. We should be back. There we go. That worked. What we should have done is put a slide up at Target with the dollar bin and said, is this a problem for teachers?
Yeah.
Virtual world, you saw that. Let's take it easy, ladies. We elicited a big time response there. We talked about that dollar bin at Target. Yeah. Is this a problem? $5? Well, the real problem is what? You got no money, right? It's not that it's $5, it's not even the money. That's the real problem.
Oh, don't we wish we could do that to those folks who go to Dollar Bin and Target? You got no money, don't go with them, just go with the list. What about this? This problem? Oh, it's so cute, so sweet. Is that a problem? That's a problem. You sure? That sweetness gotta go somewhere. During COVID. That's a problem. It's problematic. Now, those like $200 tennis shoes or something else, it would really be problematic. The true definition of staying in the doghouse, right? Like, it's problematic. So, let's see. Oh, what, when, who, where, why? If we ask those questions, does it make it different? That's a newborn.
I would say yes, you COVID.
Right. Especially now, this is really a big time example now, right? Like, when's this happening? Who's it happening to? Where's it at? Who they been around? For how long have they been around? Were they wearing a mask? Uh-oh. Yeah, we're going through all the steps, right? They had a booster, like what's going on, right? These are all important questions that we need to ask. So as we think about primary problem statements, we try to look at the big picture, and then we use data to refine the problem statement, right? To the precise problem statement. Things that I want you to think about as we go into this, like you guys have seen the GIF of like the iceberg, and then you can see like this little iceberg, and then you look under the water, you can see like this huge iceberg, right? Like doesn't tell you everything, or the one with the mine is like, don't give up. And like if the miner strikes again, there's gold all behind like the next strike. Again, the idea is to look at the big picture and then start drilling down. All right, so we started with primary problem. Office discipline referrals for third graders are above national and median app for schools our size. Because we all speak that way, obviously. Referrals for aggression among third grade students from 11:30 to 12:30 in the cafeteria are increasing over time. It is believed that this is happening due to lack of consistent teaching of cafeteria procedures. Which one is more precise? The second, right? But we start with what? Our primary. It's third graders, right? So that's the problem. Our third grade, you know, office discipline referrals. But really what we find out is the majority of those referrals are for physical aggression, right? Third graders, the who, when, 11:30, 12:30, where? In the cafeteria. That's how we want to think about those problem statements, so that we're solving the correct problem. Because not enough just to say, that third grade class, I don't know what was in the water. They stay in the office. That's the old way of saying it. And then we find out that third grade class that has all these referrals actually has like 4 kids who have all those referrals, right? It's 4 students. It's not even the entire third grade class. So we really want to think about that. So again, just asking those questions. What, who, where, when, and why, right? The why is going to be tough. That's like our best guess. So think about like right now about this. Like we've got all this data. This is finally we end up with like why we think it's happening. Remember their statement ended with we believe. That's their why. So we're going to play another game. Primary or precise. So you guys have seen like a primary. Students struggle reading. We feel that our students are struggling with reading because they're struggling at the phonics level. You know, the phoning scores are showing X, Y, and Z, right? That's more precise. So we're going to go through a few examples to see what you guys think. All right. So I'll let you read this and then thumbs up, actually. Fist is precise. No, yeah. Fist, primary is 1, 2, precise. So we'll just let you go through and we'll just poll the group. All right, do we think this is a primary statement or do we think this is a precise statement? So 1's primary, 2 is precise. Collecting some data. If you're unsure, look around at your friends too. Lots of 2s. Who had a? How you doing? You said 2. why don't you say two? It's very precise. What elements of a precise statement would you see? What do you think, like, are there any elements that you would say like, that helps it become more precise? It's got the who, the what, the when, the why. Where, how, right? So that's precise. Good job. Let's go into the next one. Give you a moment to read it. Boys in third grade are having behavior problems. Oh, imagine that. Lots of ones. That's a primary statement. That's a starting point. So when we look at our data, that would tell us, like, when you look at third grade, be more specific, boys. So let you guys read this one. What do we think here? Ones and twos. I can't even tell if those are ones or people are just pointing at the screen. Like, why would we assume? Initially, we all probably thought it's what? Precise. Why would we think it's precise? The length. It looked like it's different than the boys in third grade. It was a good read. It's a good read. Now, what would make this precise? Non-verbs, what behaviors? Like, we can give them more specific things, right? Just saying, like, I mean, someone was bad when they built that slide. I don't know who that was. It wasn't me.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
On the first one, it was precise. And it didn't specifically say which seventh graders or which eighth graders. And so what statistic made that precise over this one?
So let's go back and look at it.
It gave a time, that's
Yeah.
precise.
Right. So you're looking for more of those elements that are like specific to those things.
Because it only had that 15 minutes is what made that precise.
That makes it more precise. Right. So it talks about minor disrespect and disruption. So it's not just like students are misbehaving. It clarifies what behaviors. And so like you start going through those questions like, okay.
If I was looking to say we needed to go down to which classes, seventh grade was huge, eighth grade, you know.
And that's where we want to go. That's not, you're thinking exactly like, we want to get to like, if we're looking at like the third grade one, let's use this simple sense, boys in third grade. We assume it's the boys in third grade until we look at the data and we find out what. The girls are the bullies, y'all didn't know that? Oh, those aggressive students at your school. Just saying, hey, I didn't say it, I'm just repeating what Ken Brown, some dude said, not me. Yeah, some guy said, not me, but like, the boy, right, so like, the idea is that it gives us a cue, like, oh, when we're looking at any of these data, when we talk about just, we ask the question, what's the problem, right? And we said it's an issue or it's something normal. Initially, with anything, we want to just say, what's our, like I always used to say when we talk about ECATS, it's like, when you look at the data, what makes you go, huh, that doesn't look as expected. Ideally, we would say, well, the boys are having behavior problems. And then once we start drilling down, what do we really find out? Is it really a boy issue or is it just like two kids who happen to be boys have behavior challenges? But because they have so many office referrals, it appears that what? The boys. Like, no, it's those two kids right there. They're having struggles. We got to support them, right? So that's what we're going to think about. This one, even though it says a lot, again, it's still broad. Inappropriate behaviors. What's inappropriate, right? It does say on the playground, but then it talks about the cohort student. They don't reside in positive neighborhoods. Is that something we can control? Like some of these things, like, yeah, that's good information, but it's not helping with the precision of this problem for us to build out like an action item from it. All right, let's try this next one. All right, we got some precise. So what do we think is different here?
They added some data, so they had 10 or more referrals.
10 or more referrals, specific kids in the grade level, right? Where they are and why they're doing it. We're giving our best shot of it's believed the why, right? Because behavior is funny, right? Like we want to know the motivation. You heard them speaking in the video, like, well, why are they doing it? They trying to gain something? They trying to avoid something? So again, just breaking down, we think about those responses. We think about the what, the who, the when, the where, and again, the why. So here's some more just thinking gang-like behaviors increasing could be turned into, but you guys can take a moment and read. Sorry. I've lived in a virtual world for too long, so I'm not practicing appropriate wait time. All right, so let's break it down. The where is the bullying and it's happening on the playground, so it's like the where. Sorry. The who, 4th grade boys, specifically for 4th grade boys. The why, being maintained, right? Social praise by the bystander peer group. So that's a lot different than gang-like behaviors increasing, right? But that there was something that was different. We noticed something different, which made us drill down into the data. Buses are awful. If you're like me, I live in Wade County. There ain't no buses today. There ain't no buses. It's a lot of cars and parents. I'm like, I think before that school came, I'm like, what is people? We are. No, we're not. Normally, you guys aren't here. Buses are awful, huh? All right, so the who were our 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders. The where, they were using inappropriate language on the afternoon buses, and they wanted attention from peers. Inappropriate language where I'm from is defined, you know, I'm a little small town, North Carolina, never heard of it. Cussing. It was cussing on the bus. That's what inappropriate language. They're cussing. No, not cursing. 2 S's. Cussing. No G. Cuss in. It's cussing. I'm not cussing on that bus. They're using some words. I'm writing them down because I'm like, I've never used that one. I like that one. I like the way you use that one, young man. Need that one. Far there. Right? Cussing. You gotta do something about that language. Not appropriate. Inappropriate language. They were cussing on the bus. Right? So instead of the buses are awful, what's really our problem behavior on the buses? Cussing. Kids cussing on that specific bus. Do we all know about that specific bus at your schools? Yeah, there's a bus. There's a lot of cussing on that bus. It's okay. We're gonna work through it. Right? So now, we're gonna have some more fun. So these are gonna be quick, so we're gonna practice with data. So feel free to yell out what you think the problem is, right? So our first example will be this. The average referrals per day per month. The question is there a problem? Right? So you see where we should be, the median score. So we're above that. Is there a problem? Is there a month that we have behaviors that are above that? Hello. Except for just, who says spring break? Fantastic. You know what? What's remind me of your name? Robin. Hey, Robin. Thank you for sharing that. Because you shared that, in a minute we're gonna come back to it. But right now we're not even gonna worry about why. We just wonder, is it a problem? Is there a problem? In what month is there not a problem, Tracy? Absolutely. Tracy, in June, July, we ain't got no problem, right? They are on point in June and July. You understand what I'm talking about? Right? So right now, again, the focus is just identifying that big idea problem, gang-like behavior. We got a lot of referrals, right? That's what we're supposed to, June and July, that behavior is on point. And in August, yeah, I mean, they're close in August. Yeah, August. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, Labor Day. Like Robin said, we're gonna start talking more in detail about that. All right, so our trend is what? Upwards on October. Then is there another trend? Why is there a trend from December to January, Dan? Oh, that's right. It's Christmas. They ain't here. It's 2 weeks of time they didn't get an opportunity to earn a referral. Remember, these are opportunities to earn. We're not giving referrals. They have an opportunity to earn a referral. All right. And then what happens from February to March, guys? You know why, right? We jumped ahead because Robin made it. Why are we seeing that? Because my wife says, there ain't no break. There ain't no break. We going straight through, right? Okay. So let's drill down. Average major and minor ODRs per school day per month are higher than the national median for a school of our enrollment size, except for June. So you guys see how we go from just identify a problem to making it more precise, right? And then we can go into Robin's route, and we're gonna really get detailed. Like, all right, we gotta figure out how to get through December. It's 2 weeks. What are we gonna do? Because we know we've got 2 weeks in the bank that they're not gonna earn referrals. What are we gonna do to support them there? All right. So this is our primary. How will we make it more precise? We're gonna start providing numbers again. We've got the big idea numbers, and we see the trends. Why are the trends happening? We didn't talk about what the behaviors are, right? So, oh, look, let's make it more precise. Robin's excited. Yeah. Waiting on this, what we've been waiting on, so I came to train it for him. All right. So we're gonna keep going in this order. So this is gonna be our cadence, right? So we're gonna just start right, thinking about that slide moving forward. All right. So what's our what here? And just go by what you see on the screen. We're not gonna drill down any more than what we see. Defiance. Anything else? Defiance and harassment are our top two, right? We'll go with defiance and harassment. Just keep that in mind. Oh, look, we're gonna point there. So defiance is the what? Where? Class and playground. I'm sorry, I just have to ask the question because it's gonna be exciting to get a response. Why we have more referrals in the location as far as the classroom and playground? Where we spend most of our time in the classroom, and where's most of the time that's not structured? Well, we only know what right now. We just know those referrals. We're gonna start putting it together, but we kind of can see like where they're happening. So the what has been defined. It's happening in the classroom, playground. Angry my way. You guys are jumping ahead. You already solving the problem. What do we say? We are not going to solve the problem without going through the steps, right? Because this is what we do. They just hunt. Get that baby a snip. You know, look, we're not gonna pick on John. Christy told me if you bring her Chick-fil-A, she won't misbehave. Bring her Chick-fil-A, she still misbehave, right? So that didn't work. She doesn't like Chick-fil-A. See? We're gonna figure it out, right? So right now, again, we're still not solving the problem. We're just trying to get as much information as possible. So now we know like when it's happening. So what's the behavior? And it's taking place where? Playground or the classroom. When? I'm gonna make it more specific for you, right, midday, 11:45, 12. No, I'm just thinking about you guys at 11:45 to 12, like, I wonder if this go. Yeah, I wanna see how you guys start by 11:45. Okay, so we know it's defined, so who is it? Boys. Them darn boys. It's the 3rd and 4th graders. There you go. That's who. Because you know I can say the magic word. You remove me from class, and guess what I have to do? All right. Just trying to avoid some work. Ain't nobody got time for no work. I can't play. My job's come here, miss pay, play, eat lunch, and see you tomorrow. Rinse and repeat. Right? So we've got all this data. Do you guys have data that looks like this as far as you have access to all of this data? I don't know, because I mean, you guys input all office system referrals into this thing called Power Store, which is North Carolina's authoritative source for data, which then feeds into ECATS, which should give you some outcomes. Okay, it's even better. That's even more detailed.
Yeah, which does feed into Power.
See, I get to hang out sometimes and people tell me stuff that's amazing, so I remember. So you use Educator's Handbook, which details it. Educator's Handbook's awesome. I don't work for Educator's Handbook, by the way, so I'm not like selling. But it's also fun because it gives you what? Doesn't it help you with like interventions?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, awesome. Fantastic. So now, as a team, I want you to just take 2 minutes with all the data we came up with and try to write a precise problem statement. Go. Talk to your friends. Oh, you want me to show you the things again? Okay. You want me to walk back through them?
No, you don't have to walk around.
You just need to see. Okay. 2 whole minutes. It wasn't the board.
I bet if we broke it down over the next step,
Right, and are they the cluster now too? Because that's too.
You guys have 35 seconds. 35 seconds.
I'm sure y'all's problem statement. You're the ringleader, it's all you. All right, does anyone want to share the precise problem statement?
That was
All right.
There you go.
Between 11:45 a.m. 12 p.m., third and fourth graders have increased defiance referrals due to avoiding work in the classroom, lack of structure on the playground.
Ooh. See that, whoa. I know it was part of training, but we'll add that in, let's sprinkle that in. Yeah, so that's pretty good. Did they have the who? They had the what? They had a when? And they even threw in a why, right? Like what's believed. We gotta drill down a little more. The only thing is there anything they could have added that would have made you say, yeah, that's.
Well, we could, if I could sing the slide to say how many third and fourth graders it is, but my back office won't see that, so.
Well, look, you're right on top.
And she couldn't see it either.
So that's where we're going, because that's the only other thing you would add is like, you would have been able to have like some numbers, like you know, this percentage or this number, so that's right. Anyone else want to share?
So we took out harassment just because of when we looked at harassment and we looked at when we looked at harassment and defiance in the classroom versus playground. Is possible, and I mean, we don't know it, but it could be possible that the harassment has to do with the playground and defiance has to do with the classroom based on the way that it was charted. You get where we're going. So we just did it on defiance in the classroom.
Right.
And ours said between 11:45 and 12, third and fourth grade students display defiant behavior to avoid work in the classroom.
That's fair, right? Now we could have a completely different precise statement that talks about what? Harassment, right? So that's exactly where we're going. Oh, look, let's see what we got. Let's do a comparison. Those boys. Them boys. Now think about the statements that we heard some folks share. They're pretty close to this, right? So the idea is just, again, we're striving for like precise. We're not striving for perfection. It's hard to reach perfection. How can we make it as precise as possible so that we can start solving? Because then we can start putting things in place to support it, right? Because they want to avoid that upcoming instruction. So what are we going to do? How are we going to prep them? How are we going to get them prepared?
We also didn't have that data of it being their recess period. That would have made it more precise. If we had known that.
So that's the context of the school, right? Some of this information that we're going to, you'll see like response, you'll say, we would have had that, right? But you'll know your schools too. So that's part of that why, right? Like the context.
But because it's on the playground and in class, like within that time period, now you know it's like a transition thing. Okay.
For who?
For the student.
For the student. Oh, not the boys, for the students. We got it. I gave her a chance. Yeah. So now we're gonna ask the question, how often does this happen? Right? The frequency. I'm thinking about Santa Claus. I ain't got time to think about no word. Right? Not trying to do that. So current levels, we'll give you the current levels. So now let's jump back. Big picture, thinking about the meeting minutes. Where is this going in our section? Problem solving. So it would be purple. Of course, we've got the current level. So now we've got a precise statement. Our next step is going to be what? What and by when? Everybody okay so far? Any questions? Comments, concerns? All right. Now, we just use behavior. We think about behavior statements and academics. They're all the same. We're still thinking about those components. What's the problem? When's it happening? Where's it happening? Who's it happening to? Why? Best guess, hypothesis, right? So again, we just want to really just think about as a whole, when we're meeting, this is how we want to look at academics and behavior, okay? So Carly's having reading difficulties, breaks down into so we think about Carly, it gives us it goes from broad, she's having reading difficulties, tells us what she's currently, the words, the number of words per minute, and then it drills down even further, right? So if we were going to provide some type of intervention, what would we probably do for Carly? It's focusing in on that specific area, right, with the code. So do we have, during our intervention block or our intervention time, do we have a group that's working on the code? In what grade? Think about her grade level. So we make sure we have the appropriate match for the challenge we see. Let's talk about our buddy Jack. So when we think about the problem statement for student Jack, it's more precise from initially. There was nothing else to drill down into. These are the areas we're going to look at support. Now, just to jump back, ask a question, because I like asking random questions. If we had a large percentage of students who look like Jack, what would we need to do? Evaluate what? It's fantastic. All right, let's continue. Again, I promise I'm not the torture, the nightmare of you guys seeing triangles. Okay, we're gonna show you the triangle too. Again, 80% core, typically 10 to 15%. We're gonna provide supplemental support. The students fall 5% intensive. If I'm a student who's having difficulties, I still get my core, my instruction. You'll provide me supplemental support for areas that require in addition to my core. And if I required even more, I would get what? Intensive support in addition to that, right? So I don't just pick one. I could live in all three worlds, right? Just saying. All right. So again, just walking through again, we're just looking at some academic data, but it just shows you the big idea is once that we recognize they're not in the core, within the core, we start building out for supplemental intensive supports. All right. So if we're thinking about this, just again, our what percentage of students meet expectations of reading comprehension? What do we catch on? What do we catch on to here, guys? Second grade's doing pretty well. Anything else that jumps out at you? Proficiency decreases, grade level goes higher. Anything else? Any other what's? What's happening in 4th and 5th grade? As we're going higher, right? You mentioned that. But we're gonna ask one, like, that's a general. So we'd have to drill down, right? Find out what's going on. We're seeing some improvement, but what happened in 3rd grade when we got to the winter? Is there a trend as far as winter? They're all decreasing, all right? 4th and 5th are going up, so we got a couple trends that we need to look at, right? Does it mean we need to necessarily we're gonna have to do some problem solving, but some of it is what's going on, like what's happening. Because again, that's our 80% goal. All right, so as we go forward, we're gonna talk about fourth graders. All right. So our triangle's kind of flipped here, right? More of our students fall in where they're gonna require what? Supplemental support, right? Now, the goal is 80, right? So what are we gonna do? You know, we're trying to get 80% of those students there. So these students are right outside. So the low risk is greater than 14, greater than or equal to 14. Can we move those students who are getting supplemental support right now? Do we think we can move them, right? Those intensive students, it's gonna require some more work, right? But some of those students, for example, Austin and Meredith, they're right where we need them to be, basically. So what are we gonna do to get them to move into our core? So do we feel strong about our core instruction right here? No, but we feel like there are things we could do. There are adjustments we can make to improve core instruction. Remember, I talked about school ending in June, like it ends. These are those ideas just thinking about, like, once we're at the end, what do we do for our fourth graders? Because this is what our data look like. What are those instructions? What do we need to look at our curriculum, right? Do we need to look at our instructional practices, right? Those are things we want to consider, but we're also considering if they're going to, you know, this is winter right now, but as they continue to go, if the trend stayed the same, going into fifth grade, we're going to have to do what? Think about modifying the instruction in the curriculum to get them where they need to be. Just something to think about. All right. So while again, we've already mentioned instruction, curriculum, environment, thinking about the functional drivers versus skill development. Functional driver, you know, skill, did we master the skill versus the function? Is just, you know, the skill is I've mastered, I just don't demonstrate this for you, or the function is I'm not, that's not gonna happen, right? So they're struggling. So we think about this, just using another example, just think about reading. All of these things put together help us learn to read, right? This is the trend. We're learning to read. We learn the phonemes, we improve our, again, think about phonics. Well, we become more fluent. Now we're thinking about comprehension. Vocabularies throughout, right? These are things that we think about when we're learning to read. Of course, comprehension is the stop, but it's as we're learning to read, the final step is they're comprehending what they're actually reading. So we're going to pay attention to fluency right now. So box plots. You guys be careful, Megan's getting excited. So the why, again, they've got 4 students up there. 3 of them happen to be boys. What do we expect is going to happen? We've got a challenge. The boys are outside of where we want them to be, right? So again, we think about the box plots. This is where they should be in the fall. This is where they should be in the winter. Obviously, they're not on pace, but our student Sally is, right? So Sally's where she should be, but again, we got to identify, like, continue the next steps, like, well, what about her fluency? What's going on? So thinking about problem statements, I'll give you a moment to just read over these problem statements. So we agree that these problem statements are actually, they're precise now, right? We got a little more clarity. Instead, we took the data that we see on the graph, we've written them into precise problem statements. All right, now let's think about salary. So Sally's a little different, but her why at the end, you guys are, I'm catching the why, right? Sally's involved with this group because those weak vocabulary skills are lowering what her comprehension, right? So she's basically going to require additional support. But initially we look at her data and we're like, Sally's fine. But we have a problem, which is what you mentioned earlier. It's different than what we expect. Like we look at that and we're like, okay, Sally should be good, but then we look at her performance and we're like, no, we can't. There's a disconnect. So what is it? So when we think about this, thinking about the meeting minutes here again, same thing. Now we're thinking more about, we're still talking about groups. We're talking about supplemental support, but we're talking more into the individual students. So if we're having our team meeting, there needs to be time for, again, we talked about the whole school. Now we're talking about those groups. So we can go back and say, okay, large groups, large chunks of students are having challenges. What are those strategies looking like? It's just drilling down to once we've done that, students who require more and it's more individualized. That still falls in the same area as far as the precise problem statement on the form, on problem solving.
How much time does it typically take to get through both of those steps?
Both, all these steps.
The precise problem statement, making sure you have the current level, the data available to write that in the same thing.
Right. So it's probably going to happen. The truth is, what happens, your first meeting is going to take, your first couple of meetings will take longer. They're probably going to take an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours to basically build your baseline for the support for the year. Now, some of this can happen during the summer as well, because you're like, this, we've got, so if we started at the end of school this year, we would say, this is our baseline. This is where our students are. This is how we're going to build those plans out. Now, once you've built these plans, you've got supports in place, so you're already problem solved. With the challenge that happens is what? When Corey, who seems to have been performing fine, isn't. Or the second grade reading scores after our first, just test run of this year, just our first universal screening this year, our data says, we got a problem. Then you'd have to go back and revisit this. So your initial meetings are always going to take more time. Once you've got this, what are we doing? Once we've already got the precision problem statements, or we got the problem statements in place, what are we doing? We're going to build a goal, a timeline, build those solutions out, and we're going to monitor, right? We're going to put a plan in place to implement it. And then 4 to 6 weeks, again, we're just assessing. As this happens, I'm not going to use that term. So things are still moving, right? So it's living and breathing. So there are students who are going to transition, who are going to require, supports, or they're going to be groups that have those happen. And then we're going to also say that the plan's working, so we won't have to modify it. We just continue that. Does that make sense? Everybody good with that? I hope my friends in the virtual world are good with that, but that feels like a very good question. So initially it's going to take a lot of time to build these things out, because you're building out for core. So you're building out the core support. You're also thinking about supplemental supports for those large groups and then the individualized pieces. But once those are in place, you're just monitoring. And what happens is, as you build these plans out, you don't necessarily occasionally, you will have to say, we got to build a complete plan for an individual student or a group of students. But typically students actually will fall where? On the plans that we currently have in place, or students will have similar challenges. So they would just rotate into those where you're saying, okay, we have this intervention block that's specific for this. That's what that student's going to transition to be a part of that group. If it's groups, if it's individualized, then they're going to we already have it in place. So that's why more of the work takes place up front, right? Which it's really tough, and that's why it's important, like, to look at our data over the summer, start preparing and planning for what we know we have coming back. And again, just thinking about the fidelity checks, again, it was built for them to ask these questions so that we could see like how we thought we performed pre-tips to after tips. So again, it's just making sure that we have a consistency built, we're being more consistent. And we're being really focused on what we're actually trying to do. All righty, so let's look at another meeting.
That the students who had been at the strategic level slip back over the summer into the intensive level. And so that's something that we're hoping to avoid next school year. And then I broke it down by grade level. So in Dibbles, here's our overall numbers that you saw from the front pie charts. And then I looked at, are there any grade levels that are doing more than 5% better or worse than the school average? And the interesting thing was in English, all of the grade levels were within 5 percentage points of the school average. So there's not really one grade that's outperforming the others. But when you look at the number of students who are intensive, we see kindergarten, and the school average is 48%, but 56% of kindergarten students showed up as intensive, and 54% of fifth grade students showed up as intensive. And I know we addressed some of that at our fifth grade meeting yesterday. And then interestingly enough, although there are not overall proportionally more fourth grade students at Benchmark, there are fewer intensive level fourth grade students at this time. In Spanish, again, the overall percentages at Benchmark are much lower, but we see that kindergarten and fourth grade are showing up significantly lower than the school average in Benchmark. First and second grade somewhat below school average on Benchmark. And then again, fourth grade has proportionally fewer students in intensive area in Spanish and in English, whereas kinder and second have more students as intensive. And then here I looked at spring to fall and looked at, so last year we had last year's kinder compared to this year's kinder. So everybody else's last spring students to this year, but because we didn't have that, we have fall kinder last year compared to fall kinder this year. So it was last year 38% of kinders were at Benchmark in the fall, and 37% are this year. Last year 53% were intensive, this year 56%, so within 5% of all of those. I wrote that into my data analyst report. So basically, here's the numbers that are straight from the spreadsheet of how many students were tested. And then I compared it. Basically, all grades were within 5% of the school average in Benchmark. Kindergarten and fifth grade had a disproportionate number of students intensive. We've kind of gone over that. But then I have a little added thing, which is compared to last year's Benchmark, the scores were very similar. However, because of the low number of students who are at Benchmark, clearly we have not had a strong enough core reading instruction because we are not in the ballpark of getting 80% of students to grade level. The data is also showing us that Spanish literacy instruction needs more support than English literacy instruction. And according to the data, kindergarten, second, and fourth grades need the most support for Spanish literacy. So as we go into the next cycle, my work will be to see what I can do specifically to support those grade levels in addition to supporting the school as a whole. And so my problem statement: in the fall Benchmark testing, 61% of all students at South Shore scored below Benchmark on oral reading fluency in English. 80% of all students at South Shore scored below Benchmark on oral reading fluency in Spanish. This may be because students did not have the opportunity to set individual goals for reading improvement and did not have enough eyes on text time to develop their skills. The gap between Spanish and English skills is likely because of students' limited exposure to Spanish, especially Spanish literacy outside of class time. And so to close the gap, we need to look at how to address that. And so my goals for right now are through one more Benchmark, and then I would like to
So, can you remind me of the name? Angela. So does that so ideally what's gonna happen is that once we've got big data, we start drilling down and saying, what do we look like for our core? How does core instruction look? Who are the students who require supplemental support and who requires intensive? We start building out those goals, what we're gonna do, what our action plan is gonna be, how we're gonna implement. As school begins the next year, we have these plans currently in place. Students move back and forth depending on their need, right? And the question as far as an intervention, how long do we let students keep an intervention? You guys remember that response, that answer? So we put them in the intervention 4 to 6 weeks. If they are reaching the goal, do we just stop the intervention like, well, Angela got to where she needed to be, take her off the intervention? What do we do? We continue to go the intervention until what? Grade level, mastery. If you know someone who takes high blood pressure medicine and they change their diet, they work out every day, they get in fantastic shape. What does the doctor do?
Take them off.
Yeah, when do they take them off? They don't immediately just say don't take the pill. They do what? They wean them off, they reduce, right? So what we're saying is with the interventions, once they reach mastery or they're on grade level, we won't just take it away. We'll just slowly start to reduce the amount of intervention they will receive until they don't require it anymore, right? So if they're at mastery, they won't require it. They're fine. But we don't, once they just reach their goal once, we don't say, well, they're good. We want to see it over time. So they continue with that support until we say, okay, it's not required. So those are things to think about. Whereas other students, if they don't reach their goals, that pushes them into receiving what? Intensive supports as well. And you have students who will transfer in. We have life events. I don't know. We have a pandemic. Anything could happen that could do what? Cue students to have, whether it's behavior or academic changes, things happen. So once we have these systems built and we're following these plans, it makes it easier. So that's why up front, it's just like anything, like a big part of my job now is talking about, see if Christy throws anything in. We talk a lot about like exploration. Like before we would ask you guys to implement anything new, we really want to explore, does this really fit us? Can we do it? If we can't do it, we don't need to roll that out. If we can, then we start thinking about installing it and so on. So the point is, you guys are going to, the district's thinking this is going to work, but the idea is just saying up front, we have to put more work in up front so that now it's just management, right? Once we have these plans in place, we're monitoring, we're progress monitoring to make sure that we're moving where we need to be. If not, we'll make decisions. If we are, fantastic. All right, so we're going to just have a practice. So shortly, we're going to just go through a practice with some of their stuff, but with some of the information. But again, let's just go through some graphs. Again, quickly, we're not going to spend too much time on box plots. Sorry, Megan, but just data collection sheets. So behavior, like you guys have done behavior counts before, right? Okay, I'm going to give you a sample behavior counts form. Corey has a challenge in behavior. You know what it is? He does a lot of cussing. He enjoys it. It's a sport. He's excited about it. All you're going to do, write down that behavior collection, like a behavior counts would just be like the behaviors we're monitoring to see, and we're going to take 15-minute intervals and just say, how many times this student demonstrates this behavior? You're counting cuss words, Corey. He's cussing a lot. It's just amazing. Right? If you want to hear some special words, see me at the break and I'll teach you some words in different languages. Bar graphs, we all are comfortable with bar graphs. Again, I don't show too many bar spots. Line graphs, same thing. Typically with line graphs, it shows where we should be, our aim line, where we're trending and what we look like. Okay, everybody feel good? Fantastic. All right. Again, it's going to go into more details. But again, data collection form, just the counts. When are we seeing the behaviors? It helps us determine, instead of just saying, Corey's bad. I worked in behavior support. That's my favorite. He's bad. Okay. What's bad mean? Like, we got to drill down what are those specific things. And then we mark down what do we when we see them. Of course, graphs tell us a story over time. Again, meeting expectations of reading throughout the year. So this shows fall, winter, spring. You guys are aware of this, so we're gonna go through this a little quicker, but so we can get to the actual practice. Again, we've talked about the line graphs over time. All right, again, progress monitoring based on the aim line. I'm just hesitant to look at Megan because I know she's so excited to talk about these graphs, but we're gonna continue. So there's the aim line where we start in our goals. Of course, obviously where we are, the trend lines compared to like where they are. All right, and of course, same thing with box plots, taking us through where we are to where we're going. Helps us identify those specific areas of concern and then determine, okay, what do we need to do for, again, everything, our initial ideas when we're looking at data is for core, okay? Everything initially is core. As we drill down, that's when we find out, is our core solid? If our core is solid, fantastic. Because the likelihood is we always recognize we're gonna require some type of intervention. But if our core is solid, it makes us feel really good about what we're doing to support all of our students. Outliers, sorry, okay. Megan's okay now, okay, good. Now, we're gonna jump into our data practice. So it says 15 minutes, we're not gonna take 15 minutes, we're gonna kind of move through this a little quicker because what we're eventually, our ultimate goal is to get to a point today that we look at some NASH data and let you guys practice this. So we're gonna move a little quicker through this, okay? So we're gonna develop a precise problem statement for 2 students. And we're gonna actually do this together. Our 2 students are Jasmine and Paul, and you're gonna write it in your meeting minutes, guys. You don't have to actually do, we're gonna, again, walk through it together, so we'll see. Again, questions, thoughts, epiphanies as we're going, please share. All right. So our academic example is for our student Jasmine. All right, so let's look at Jasmine's screening data. So we're talking about phonics. You see where she's at in the fall. These are her CBM scores. So she's an outlier, right? Okay. So let's just go into our screening data. Fluency. She's an outlier. So we already know what phonics and fluencies are challenges. All right. This just shows you like her total words versus her error. So she got 30 correct, on dream catchers versus Mother's Day. So again, just giving you an idea about what's going on. So I'll give you a moment to read over Jasmine's precise problem statement. Pleasure. All right, any thoughts, questions, comments right now? All right, so before we go further, just again, she should be at 68, sounds correct. She's at 38. She should have 82 words per minute as far as words that are correct. She's got 32. So the problem statement says, are well below. The idea is that, again, we don't admire the problem. We don't just, we just want to, again, stick to the facts. This is what we have. This is what we're working with right now, right? So how do we make it better? Now, question I would say is, okay, she should be, when we're thinking about phonics, we got to get her to 68. So she's 38 right now. We're just going to say this is November. By January 15th, we should have her 68 counts per minute, right? Sounds correct. Does that sound correct to you guys? That makes sense? So in 2 months, we're going to fix all this and she'll be where she should be. That makes sense to everybody? I believe in the teachers here that they can do things. But realistically, right? So this is where we're gonna lean on like our literacy coaches to say like, what's a realistic goal, right? How do we write this goal? Like taking this, we're gonna talk more in the goal setting shortly, but it's really like saying, okay, what's realistic? What's the strategy we should look at? What's realistic? What's realistic growth look like? Because that helps us determine, to use our medical example, if we're seeing improvement in health, that leads us to be able to do what? Get weaned off the medication, right? So when we think about this, it's the same idea. It's like, we've got to have a precise problem statement with those current levels to help us say, okay, what's the strategy that we're going to use next? Everybody feel good? Yeah. All right. We're not admiring the problem behavior. There's no poor Jasmine's in here, right? Okay. I trust you guys. So we would add this into our tips meeting form. You guys are aware of where we go. Precise problem statement. So this is, again, as we're going through this, we talk about core and we start drilling down. If we're in this school year, Jasmine starts showing this. This is the data we're getting from Jasmine. Now we're focused on an individual student. Initially, we don't focus on individual students. Jasmine's goal and timeline and all of that, all of the implementation plan can be tied into a plan that we currently have in place, but we're just focused on looking at this specific data right now. That makes sense to everyone. So again, if we built the system, everything's in place, we just recognize this is a problem. It's not what's expected, how we're going to support that student. And then they would flow into the intervention structure that we have in place. All right. So let's think about Paul. Behavior. Oh, we're going to do a behavior count. Let's collect some behavior. So disruptive behaviors. You guys can I'll let you read over what Paul's disruptive behaviors are kind of described as. Paul's a rascal, isn't he? He's rummaging through his desk. He's rummaging through that desk while I'm teaching him. Paul's a busy fellow, right? All right, so we've got 2 weeks worth of data as far as how he looked in his academic content areas, right? So think about reading and math. When does Paul typically have challenges? He's busy there reading, right? Huh?
Or it's before transition, or it's bored.
Whoa. Where's this data that says he can't read? But yes, sir. I feel like you have a statement. You have an epiphany that you'd like to share with the group.
No, I mean, I just, the math content as far as boys, and it's kind of cliche, but of course he might enjoy math a little bit more than he enjoys reading. So
that's right.
Well, I noticed it's third grade, so a lot of third grade, they team teach. Maybe the math teacher has better management.
You mean you tell me he could possibly like the math teacher better than he likes the person he's teaching?
It might be better management, better structure. But I would like to see his reading scores.
Ooh. Lots of questions, right? Yeah. But at least we're thinking about those things like, I see some frequency. Oh, there we go. That's what I was waiting on. Look, people get excited. Okay. Reading and math looks significantly different, don't they, when you look at it this way? Oh. Is there a specific day? No. Okay. We just noticed more in reading though, right? So let's look at this precise problem statement. Now, some people would say Paul walking around the room is a negative. Some people might say he wants to be the assistant. He wants to support some people. Let me walk around and check on y'all, make sure you're okay. Y'all all right? Right? Let's focus on the positives. He's social, that's right. He might have some leadership skills, right? There we go. Oh, you want to push these pencils off the desk? Yeah, you're gonna collect these pencils and sharpen them for us too. That's gonna be your job, starting class, right? We're gonna pump you up. We're gonna coach them up, right? The incidents typically are high in breathing, right? So we talked about two students, right? Who are our two students? Jasmine and Paul. Jasmine's focus was academics, breathing, her literacy piece. Paul is behavior, but it's happening when? It's interesting, right? So where was, again, think about tips meeting form, put our precise problem statement there of the current levels. So there's some more information. I didn't tell you. I think I should. Your student's name is Jasmine Paul. Y'all been problem solving for two babies. This one student. It's Jasmine Paul. Do we do this in our schools right now? Think about all the times we would have done this. This was practice. We're actually doing this. How much time would we have been spending on Jasmine versus Paul? When in actuality, what we're thinking about with tips is it's one student. We can say, how's Jasmine performing academically? Let's talk about her academically. Before we move on, is she okay behaviorally? What's her attendance look like? Right? We spend so much time in one specific area that we love to say it's like I mentioned earlier, like we love to say, we're here to support students. We're student-centered. And I always say, like, what about the staff? We don't support the staff. We're not going to support these babies, right? They're not going to get their outcomes. Same thing, whole student. Once we recognize a challenge in one area, we need to ask the question. And they could be quick. No, this is we don't see any behavior problems. There's nothing with attendance. It's just a literacy challenge. Or it could be a behavior challenge. But we need to ask the question. Because what you don't want to do, as we mentioned, people aren't tired of problem solving. They're tired of problem solving what? Same problem over and over. Now we're going to talk about Jasmine. Well, why didn't we just talk about Jasmine? You know, I used to work in EC departments, and I've been to an IEP meeting. I'm like, okay, I'm at this IEP meeting, and then 2 weeks later, I'm at this IEP meeting. I'm like, wait a minute, this is for the same student, just a different area? That's not effective. Now, that doesn't happen here, but in other places, it might have happened, right? So the idea, again, is think about the whole student, because now you're building a wraparound plan, a plan for support for this one student. And I'm sorry to have been a person to trick you guys like that, but does this happen daily? Do we have students who have multiple areas of multiple challenges, right? It's not clean. It's just not like they struggle reading. Jasmine was struggling with her literacy. Paul was struggling with his behavior. During what class again? Reading. Oh, you put them together. Right? So now we're thinking about a precise problem statement. This is also revolving around that student, Jasmine. All right. So now we're jumping into identifying our goal for change. Fantastic pace. Everybody okay?
So you have to write two different precise statements. You couldn't have combined those two since it was the same student. One is one is leading into the other.
So that's a great question. I'm going to respond with a question, kind of with an answer. What your question is, could we not just combine them all into one? My question would be, so how do I intervene, provide an intervention for that? Does that make sense? Like, do you have an intervention that has,
That contains both of the problems.
right,
Okay. I
But-
got it. That addresses both. of
that
the
addresses, right? Like, what's the likelihood that we have, like, we talked about the plan, initially, our planning up front. How do we build this support systems out? What's the likelihood initially that we have one that
But if you do, you can.
you could? For me, if now you're asking me like a personal preference, like personally,
Well, I'm just
I would write, I could mentally, I would say, okay, it's the same thing. I could write them both together. I would separate them out just so I would say, like, when we're progress monitoring it, like, who's in charge of like the behavior piece, right? Because the likelihood is she's gonna get support for behavior and for academics. Now, if you have something that's built, it wouldn't require it. It's just really determined on what we have built.
Because I'm thinking, suppose the person didn't have, like, we use Chance, and they didn't have a management plan for Chance in place in the reading class, but the math class did, which deals with the structure. And then if that's implemented on top of, the part about the reading, and that's happening together. Because the Chance management plan deals with the different activities that you're going through, or transitions that's taking place within the classroom. So if that's implemented as you are, looking at the reading component, then they could.
Because you're saying it happens off, just slightly off. You're saying we've already had this behavior champ, we were aware of the behavior, so she's already been getting support for champs in behavior. Is that what you're saying? So now you're saying we've recognized reading, could we not just place it on top of it?
Right. Like if it was working in math, if that's the reason why it wasn't happening in math, is because there was structure.
Already
But
in
in
place.
reading, it wasn't structured. And the reason why it was structured in math, let's just say, was because of Chance. And then that was implemented in the reading class.
Right.
For the management piece. And we see that that's what's working.
Right, so with that would work. It was just the question I would ask, and the general idea is, yes, it works. The question I would ask is that it becomes, that's more intensive though, right? Because for math, we'd already say like, that's a supplemental thing, because there are more kids that have like the same math challenge. So we put her in. She was getting champ services for that. So putting it on top is gonna be an intensive level on top. So it's what's gonna work with the school. How much staff do you have, right? If you have enough staff that like it's each individual thing, that's gonna work. If not, it's gonna work the way you're saying.
So for every single student, you write a precise problem statement, or is it just at 5%?
That's only for individualized students, right? So exactly, just that 5%. That's what you're thinking of. So you're drilling down. So like, if we're looking at literacy, if the core instruction's 80%, we're writing, we've noticed like those general problem statements we had, like 3rd grade students are having this. Then you'd have, that's your group, that's the precise problem statement. That supports that supplemental support. That's when we're getting into like the goals. Like, where do we want this group to go? We want them to slide back into our core. What happens is, as you're looking at that data, within that group, are there students who will require intensive support? More than likely is, but we could say, I'm just gonna just pick a number. There are 3 students out of that group that require supplement. Let's just do the math problem. 80%, we got 100 3rd graders. 80 of them are where they're supposed to be. 15 require, 20 require additional support. Of those 20, 5 need even more. So the only thing that we're gonna write individual precise problem statements for would be the 5, right? And if we start noticing that we have to have like 52, we gotta go back and look at our group. So we shouldn't spend, the amount of time spent on individual problem solving during these meetings should be minimal, because again, we've got plans, supports in place, but also it should be smaller numbers. That makes sense to everyone? Is that as clear as mud? It's fantastic. Thanks for the question. And thanks for the question. A lot in the, because I can't remember your name, you got to tell me your name.
No, right.
It also depends on the staff and the size of the school, right? To determine, as you build these support systems, you're gonna say, well, Jasmine has champs, like you said, she has, can we layer another level for the structure for literacy? So those are all things you have to consider in addition to, all the supports. Everybody good so far? Fantastic. No one's afraid of the form anymore, so that's a good thing. So now we're gonna identify our goal for change. Okay, the what and when, we've kind of talked about this. So what goals have we set? Whoa. These are listed as some responses, right? So weight loss or weight gain. January, people typically set that goal, right? All right. Frequency of exercise. If I told you I lost 20 pounds in 8 weeks, what would you say? I changed my diet. And spoiler alert, my wife decided she wanted to lose weight, and I knew she was serious because she actually paid to join this like workout thing, right? But for me, I was laughing. I was like, I'm going to do this to support you. But the big thing was we changed our diet. That's what happened, right? So we decided we were going to make a change, right? The workout piece was, I was like, yeah, I'll do that anyway. So like, this is ice. That's the easy part for me. It's like changing your diet, telling you when you can't eat, what you can't eat, blah, blah, blah. And then you just change up a little bit, right? So setting goals, time on social media. How many people in this room have an iPhone? It's okay, you can raise your hand, you got an iPhone. You get an alert like on Sundays, right? What's that alert tell you? Screen time, up 3,800%. I was on Amazon. Listen, Amazon, Black Friday's coming up. Y'all gotta get that PlayStation 5. Somebody in this room's gotta buy somebody a PlayStation 5, right? Something's going on, right? Time on social media. I'm gonna save some money. Well, if you're losing weight and you're in a workout routine, you're gonna eat out less, so you're gonna save money there, right? All these things sound easy. You just wake up one day, I'm gonna save some money. What's that look like? Tell me about that. So let's talk about some goals. I'm gonna exercise 3 times a week during March. That's gonna help me, get practice of exercise, all right? That's realistic, right? 7 days. We're not even asking people to do it half the time, just 3 times, right? Losing 15 pounds by swim season. Gotta get right, it's beach time, right? Gotta do a lot of curls, right? Gotta have your arms out. Time on social media. Decrease time on social media, 10 minutes per day by October 15th. Dream on. That's a lot. Saving money. You're gonna save $150 by Black Friday. That's right. You got 3 weeks. Spend 10 times. This item is 30% off. It was $100. It's gonna be $70. Little did you know, today, right now, that item is $80. They ain't giving you 30% off. Come on, guys. Come on, stay with us. So the idea is, what do we want to change? When we think about a goal, what's the goal? And by when, right? Big ideas. All right. So let's talk about some current 38 referrals for regression during the past month. 1.5 referrals per day for Defiance. 61% of 3rd grade students meeting expectations in reading. Those are all boys, by the way.
I'm raising 2 boys.
Are you?
Yeah.
Good stuff. Fantastic.
And that's why I have.
So when we think about our goal here, the what is, we just want to, again, now this is where it gets exciting. Now remember, we just think about our Jasmine Paul example. What did we say? Like, who's the literacy folks in this room, right? Like, those are the folks, those are the experts we're going to go to tell us what should this look like, right? What's realistic? Because there's a line for like roles on the team where it says data analyst. So that means whoever's the data analyst has to go to like 100 trainings to become the data analyst. That's not what we're saying. They're the person who has, all of us will have access to the data, but they're the person who like downloads the data, brings it to the meeting so that we can project. The idea is really just saying, we lean on the folks who have the expertise once we recognize there's a problem, guys. So that once we know there's a challenge, the literacy folks help us determine what's realistic, what are the interventions that we need to put in place to reach those areas. Bless you. So again, just looking at the goals, 1.5 per day for Defiance, one or fewer referrals per week for Defiance, or 0.20, 0.2, right? So, and then just 80% of third grade students meeting expectations and reading. Just again, where do we want to go? That's our goal. That's the way. Now the by when is the fun part. All right, so this is, we're gonna get to our just decrease in aggression by March. Defiance is gonna decrease by April 1st, by spring benchmark, thinking about the reading. Please don't be these folks, or help the folks that you work with, that you're on teams with, don't be this person. At one point in time in my life, I used to read school improvement plans. It's the most exciting thing ever, right? Like, review this, and you read it, and it's like, okay, we're at 12% in this specific area. We're gonna be at 87%. We're at 12% right now, today, October 29th. By February 13th, we're gonna be at 87%. Okay, I'll play along, like, this is my job, okay, I'll play along. Okay, what are we gonna do to get there? Tell me about that. And then, so, like, is that, I'm gonna lean on the experts back here, is that even possible? Okay, no, so, okay, so I've gotta get feedback as far as, that's not really an attainable goal. That's what we're talking about now. And secondly, rationale behind that. It's before Valentine's Day. That's right. And every problem needs to be solved before Valentine's Day. If we don't solve before Valentine's Day, what are we going to do with ourselves? So our idea, honestly, is that, again, this is, you guys are experts in the room, right? Helping people think about where our current level of performance and where we can move to, what it typically looks like based on the intervention, and what it should look like. Ideally, let's build a baseline rule, 4 to 6 weeks from now, right? Like, this is where they should be in 4 to 6 weeks if the intervention is working and being implemented with fidelity and being implemented as designed. Again, I live with a first grade teacher, right? So she didn't do this, but the other first grade teachers around the state, there are some who might say, I went to this training today, this tips training, I really enjoyed it, but I'm not going to use that form the way they told me. I'm different. I'm going to write these goals a little different. And you might get some results, but are you going to get the results based on the design? It's important to follow the prescription. The doctor gives the prescription, we take that pill, do it like we do, like we follow it, right? Again, the idea here is being realistic. What do we lean on? Lean on the expertise to solve this, right? So I'll let you guys read over these real quickly, but again, identifying the what is the goal, and then by when, like when's it gonna happen? And this is the important part. Behavior is different, but behavior is kind of something that you can see. It's just like, okay, we want to cut referrals by 10%. We had 100 last month. Can we have 90 this month? Right? Who's going to be the focus? Those things. So again, as we're thinking about these goals, we've identified the problem. What's the goal for improvement? When's it going to happen? So let's play a game. Goal or no goal? We're going to reduce instances of 3rd and 4th grade disrespect on the playground to 1 per week by the end of the school year. That's a goal. It's believable. Friends in the virtual world, that's a goal. All right. 2 times a day. What's going to happen? That's the response. Wait a minute, let me get that response. It's 2 times a day. What? That's not a goal. Hey, the clock will hit 12. Right? You got to add a what about when? Reduce instances of 3rd and 4th grade disrespect on the playground to no more than 1 time a day. Ooh.
Yeah.
No goal. They gotta add a by win. That's right. We're half right. We're halfway there. Reduce instances of third, fourth grade disrespect on the playground. No go. And no win and how much, right? I like when they start like this. No ninth grade targets for the remainder of the school year. No. How many? No. That's enough. Right? This is how these things are written. No. That's a goal. I mean, but it's that February 13th. Gotta be done before Valentine's Day. We want to reduce tardies in ninth grade. We want to reduce tardies in ninth grade. Is that a goal? It is, but how much and by when, right? We want clarity. Reduce instances of third and fourth grade disrespect on the playground to no more than 0.5% per day monthly through the end of the year. That's a goal for your sons. Yeah. That's right. Okay. That's a goal. I like it. You guys feel better about these goals that we're thinking about creating? So now you guys are going to be in those meetings saying, well, the no ninth grade tardies for the remainder of the school year. That's a goal. Is that, realistic, right? By when? February 13th. Think about it. So we're gonna just have a little more practice. So we see our current levels and we see a precise problem statement, right? It contains our who, our what, our where, the when, and the why. All right. See our current levels for December, January, and February. So what's our goal? All right. So we're talking about who? Who are we writing this goal for? So obviously, what kind of school are we at? Elementary, K-8 school, probably 1st through 6th grade. I know we got some middle school folks like, what? I'm trying to talk to these babies now. Okay, so who? All right, what's the behavior we see? Harassment. Where's it happening? It's not happening everywhere. That's not everywhere. They walked in the school. It's everywhere. I don't see bathroom up there. Like y'all just told me it's everywhere. We're taking a shot in the dark during transitions, maybe, but we know for sure classroom, playground, cafeteria, and on the bus. We're gonna clarify this. During afternoon, on the afternoon bus. So what are our prime times during the day that aren't related to the bus? Morning. Oh, sorry. 1:45 to 1. Sorry, I meant B2. Sorry. Good eye. And when, but the whys to do what? What are they trying to gain? Yeah. So all right, so we want to reduce them to 2 or fewer per month. So we're just trying to say like there's a progression, not full stop. We're not gonna go for whatever we have to know. We're gonna chop off 2 per month, and then hopefully when we get to May, take an additional one or less per month, right? And then try to remain at that level. So That's our maintenance, right? Like we want to get to a point that we say, well, this is realistic. There will be referrals. So the goal is just they brought out the referrals, how we in and what we want to see. Does that make sense as far as thinking about the goal? Does that cover our what and by when? That covers those rules, right? So as we're thinking about these things, think about schools, schools you work at, schools you've been at, meetings you've been in, and just say, did we do a good job of writing these goals? Or did we have a few more no's? There just will be none. I have declared that there will be no more tardies at Northern Nash High School or senior high. You guys call it senior high, don't you? No, just Rocky Mount Senior. Oh, it's just the high school. Okay, Northern Nash, and then Rocky Mount. Rocky Mount. Yeah, senior high, right? Okay. That's the hashtag for everybody. If you know, you know, right? Okay. So we got to have those goals that clearly communicate what we. Again, the fidelity checks, as you guys see, how the research is written to determine how effective this was. Problems have solutions defined, that have solutions defined, have a goal defined. You have to have those in order to have this in place. So we're going to practice again. We're not going to take 10 minutes. We're going to go through this as a group, which may take 10 minutes, but we'll see. There's some people who are going to come in the room in a little bit and say, stop. So we're going to go until it tell us to stop. So let's talk about our friend, Jasmine Paul. Let's go back to Jasmine Paul. All right. So if you can see now, what's Jasmine's goal? She's going to increase her phonics skills to 47 sounds correct per minute by next month. Remember, I think she was at 38. That sound right? Yeah. Okay, and then she's going to increase reading fluency scores to 42 because she was at like 28. We're leaning on our literacy folks there, right? Behavior, reduce incidence of disruptive behavior and reading, less than 5 per reading block by next month. Again, you guys caught on to some of those things. Maybe it's leadership. Pencils, maybe we're going to put some things in place to support some of those things, which will help to decrease to 5 call downs, right? Or 5 markdowns, 5 counts. All right. And of course, we also have an additional win, 47 by next month, but the target is what? 78 by winter benchmark, right? Scores to 42 by next month, with 70 being by winter benchmark. So we can see, like, we took the current level of performance and we put what appears to be a realistic goal in place for the next month. Also with our long-term goal being, this is where we want them to be by the benchmark, right? Does that make sense to everyone? So again, reminding those folks, really just thinking about the expertise, where we think we should go, what it should look like. Sorry. And we did the same thing with behavior. We looked at where we currently are, and then hopefully by December, we get to 2 of this, right? We want to, again, these aren't necessarily leading to referrals. Remember, our behavior count didn't necessarily lead to referrals. It's just saying what we actually saw it happen, right? So that's saying, you know, there's 5 incidents, but we only saw like 5 incidents of this happen. So we want to trim that down. All right, so now we've come up with goals. This is where we want to be. Now we got to come up with a plan, right? How we're going to do it. All right, so we think about it, we got to kind of like, we've got to brainstorm. We think about expertise. The more you do it, sometimes you're just going to say, well, this is what we've previously done in the past. It's been successful. We have it. But you might want to think about, if we're trying to prevention, how can we avoid the problem from happening, right? Jasmine Paul, she gets up, she pushes pencils over. What can we do to change that behavior? She yells out before without raising her hand. Those are things we could teach a skill, right? We could teach an appropriate way to get our attention, right? Right? So we could teach it. How can we define what we want to see? the prompts, right? We can prompt students. If I already know Jasmine's gonna get up at some point in time, I'm gonna prompt her to do certain things because she may need to get up. There are students who will require that. So if I already know that, why don't I prepare them or help them be more successful? It's like having a class here lining up for lunch, if we think about behavior. There's one student in this room. Sorry, what's your name?
Barbara,
Oh, I was right. I was thinking Barbara is that student.
I actually am. I can't sit down all day.
No, no, you're doing a great job. You know what Barbara's problem is? We get ready to line up for lunch. We're gonna get to that cafeteria and Barbara's not gonna have her lunch. Or she's not gonna remember that lunch number. Or she's not gonna have that lunch money. And guess what that means for me as a teacher? Me and Barbara got to mosey our way on back to class, pick up her lunch, that lunch money, or figure out that lunch number so this baby can eat. And guess what happens to my lunch as the adult? I lost some of my lunch time. So as an adult, I can get upset with that student. I get upset with Barbara. I can just say, Barbara, can you please go to the door? You're gonna be first in line. Show everyone how to line up, hands on hips, zip those hips, ready to walk. Make sure you have your lunch money, your lunch number, or your lunch. Now, who did I effectively give that to? Who am I giving that support to? I gave that to everybody, but really, I'm talking to Barbara, because I ain't walking back. Like somebody else picking y'all up for lunch and coming back to class. I did my part, right? I got you, right? But we can't get there because what's gonna happen? So if I have to teach everyone, I'm prompting everyone what I want to see happen, but really, I'm focused on supporting her, right? How can we reinforce those things? Well, she's getting reinforced because she's also needs to get out of her chair, so she's first up, right? And then also other things to think about, are you trying to extinguish the behavior or withhold a reward? Again, we try to, our goal is to get students to focus on doing what they're supposed to do. Because we love when parents call and say, you know, you took that ticket for my baby. You took those points, right? You pulled my child's strip. You punched a hole in that leaf. It's fall. My baby jack-o'-lantern came home, just holes punched off through the jack, right? Negative connotation, right? The idea is we want them to earn everything, right? Because it's easier to say, again, the idea isn't that we took something from your child. Your child didn't earn it. They didn't earn their way in. They don't earn this reinforcement or this reward, right? Because it's easier to say, well, it's okay. You know, they're going to do a better job and they'll learn, they'll earn these things instead of you continuously take this from my child, right? I'm not, if you don't behave, Barbara, well, that's true. If you do what we need you to do, you earn those points, you earn your way, right? So those are things to think about. And then just how do we correct the behaviors we want to see, whether it's academic or behavior, what are the things we do? What are the corrections, right? Tracy told you guys I was a behavior liaison. Like I love behavior support. Like you call a parent and say, you know, child lit the trash can on fire. Like, no, literally, they lit the trash can. That happened, right? We got it, right? What we're trying to say is like, what are those consequences when we see, you know, what are effective consequences, right? Because we talk about removal. If Corey cusses and you remove him, removal is not effective. Because all I know is I just need to say the magic word, right? If I say the magic word, I don't have to do math today. Oh, it's math time. Hey, I'll see you in a little bit. Hey, I'll see you 4 o'clock. Miss Grant knows I'm coming. She knows it's about to happen. Right? What we do? See you at 4 o'clock, right? That's what's going to happen. So again, effective consequences are always the key. And if we don't teach students the consequences to the front, some kids learn that if that's the consequence, I don't want it, right? That's, you know, like my belief, my mom's in education, like, I don't need you to call my mom. I deal with that lady at home enough, right? You don't have to call her on me, like nothing. So just that being an idea, and my neighbor was like one of the teachers, like, no, it's not gonna happen. Now, I'll hang out with you guys till you get to a point. And there's a chance they're gonna call my mom. It's like, no, that's a hard stop for me. Knowing the consequence for some students, manage their behavior. For some adults, those numbers on those white signs, those black numbers they tell you something. Yeah, for those who shaking your head, that's not enough. So somebody has to support you there. That's those blue lights, right? Effective consequences work if effectively communicated. That's all I'm saying. So when we think about this, we jump back into our problem statement. 6th and 7th graders are engaging in appropriate language, harassment, disrespect, and aggression in 2 classrooms at 9:45 to 12:45 to get peer and adult attention and to escape the work. This is what the data looks like, right? So we look at it and say, after brainstorming, what can we do? Before class starts, review our expectations, remind them to respect others daily. That's free, costs us nothing, takes little time. We need to focus on our respect behavior lessons, right? Reteach the stop and walk routine. Again, let's think about our friend Barbara. I can't keep going to this cafeteria and coming back and then walking her back to this cafeteria. Got to put some things in place, right? Providing those prompts. Reinforce it that if you don't have, no behavior occurrence, get extra 2 minutes at the end of the period to talk, right? It's important. It's important. They like talking. When you think about distinguishing, make sure staff to use the routine when a student comes to talk, right? Like following through. And then the correct, what's the process, right? So again, just think about just brainstorming. What are the ways we can do this? What are we going to do to solve this? So now that we've thought about it, we said we're just going to prevent the behavior by reteaching it. We're going to reinforce those who demonstrate the behavior. And what's the correction? Well, we'll just go to, the handbook, whatever that says, that's the correction. All right. Is that clear to you guys? That makes sense where we're going with this as far as now we've got our goal. This is how we're going to implement our plan to get to our goal. Let's look at the academic statement. All right, so we've got our precise problem statement above. We did a little brainstorming. Big part of this, again, we talk about context is knowing your students. Sorry. So after thinking about the context and thinking about, what we think will be our best, providing the instructional materials, group works, right? So I'm in a group that has similar challenges, so I don't look different, right? So I get the opportunity to practice the improvement. And then self-monitor. And then we see improvement, we earn rewards, right? Some students really work towards those rewards. Again, we think about the ICE, we think about our instructional curriculum environment, the functional drivers versus skill development. Is it a skill they know, or do they know it and they just don't demonstrate it? Or yeah, they're just like, nope, this doesn't work for me. So we're going to jump through this section. Again, the function, when we think about behavior, there's 2 reasons we all do everything we do: to gain attention or avoid attention, right? Would you guys say that's a true statement? Right? How many of you have ever been in a grocery store and see one of your former students with their parents? Oh boy, you didn't even wait for me to finish. I'm going the other way. I'm on the wrong aisle. I see you guys. Let me go to the other aisle on the other end of the store, and I'll be out of here before I see you again. There's avoidance, right? And some students see you and they just sprint to you. They want to gain your attention. Yeah, and I used to talk a lot about my nephews because I didn't have kids. By the way, my nephew's a singer. It's hilarious. He was a popular kid in the state of North Carolina. A lot of people heard about his stuff. But my daughter now loves her teacher. and they looped this year, so she's got the same teacher. So whatever Miss Boone says, right? I don't care what you say. You just live with it. Miss Boone said this, and this is the gospel, right? She's gonna do anything to get Miss Boone's attention. It was her birthday yesterday. We gotta get Miss Boone a slice of cake. I gotta tell you, Miss Boone's best, right? All right. And I always laugh. I was like, my wife said, like, her colleagues asked her about London. It's like, yeah, they would love London class. She'll do anything. Like, whatever the teacher says, she's like, right? So she's trying to gain that person's attention all the time. She doesn't know Miss Boone, like, she avoids me because, like, I'm the hammer. But Miss Boone is perfect. Gang, right? So thinking about those functional drivers compared to the skills. And again, we try to put a lot of resources for you guys, but it's just really, how do we solve the problem? We come up with a precise solving statement. We've got a goal. We've got a plan in place. The question I'll ask you guys, because we're gonna probably get ready to wrap momentarily, is do we always implement our plans to fidelity? Is that where we say we run into the problem? I'm not gonna put a percentage on it, but I know people work hard. They look at the data. Now, we might not be the most efficient and effective with looking at the data, and we try our best. We put things in place. Where I think we fall short is we don't actually implement it. As a person who used to write 1 billion behavior goals and behavior plans, those were successful. We found out it's because we actually did. Those that weren't, we've done. Everyone, there's research on all this stuff. You guys pick your subject and look it up. We find that when we actually implement it as, based on how it's described to us, we get the outcomes, right? I'll give you another fun example before the break. And this was on the radio this morning. Do you guys remember the song that goes, it was a TV show, and I'll see, we're gonna age everyone in the room. But the theme song to this TV show was, Believe It or Not. There we go, all right, right? The Great American Hero. Does anyone remember the premise of the show? He was an ordinary guy, and what happened? How did he become a superhero? Okay, the only reason I remember they were talking about on the radio, so this is perfect. He found a suit, and the suit gives you all these powers. So you're now the greatest American hero. There was one problem. Does anybody remember what the problem was? It came with an instructional manual. He threw it away. So let's think about what we're talking about. We come up with this wonderful plan. We got everything in place, and guess what? We just don't do it, right? Same thing with this guy. He had everything to be like Superman, and he just threw the manual away. So he didn't know how to fly. Like it always worked out, but like it could have just been so much easier if you just read the manual. How many of you guys are like that? You don't read the manual. Oh, look, there's a lot of people telling on themselves, don't read the manual, right? It's important. They just didn't decide to write that thing. Me and London put Lego sets together. I refuse to let her open a bag until we open that manual and say, bag 1. We ain't gonna have Lego pieces all over this floor. They're pre-bagged. Bag 1, open bag 1, empty it out, and let's finish this part. Just follow the manual. So when we think about these plans, we built all this, done the hard work. Now we just actually have to do it. And guess what? We do it, but we do it the way we want to do it, or we don't do it at all. And that's what leads us to not get our outcomes. So those are the things we want you guys to focus on and remember as we continue with this training. Oh, look at that, skill development. All those wonderful skills that we want folks to learn. Because again, if our students learn, if they master these things, they build accuracy, they build their speed, they're more fluent, they're more responsive, right? Whether we're talking about academics or behavior. Generalization. Again, I worked in behavior support. My favorite thing is when I walk in a building and say, you can get them to behave for you what they want from me. The idea is we get it to generalization. Any adult in the building, the student should respond the same way, right? Whether it's behaviorally or academically. What do we need to do to get to that point? All right. I feel like I promise you, I think we're gonna go 5 more minutes.
We need like 5 minutes.
Okay, we do. That's right on time. 5 minutes. All right. So we think about matching to the precision elements. We see this again. Sore throat, fainting. That's not what you think of now. What do you think of now immediately if you see this? Let's just put it all out there. COVID, right? All right. Does this happen? Last month, last 48 hours. Go through our list. Who they been around? They have a mask on. How long? Right? It's an infinite, don't matter. That's other questions of what support, right? Those are things we consider. So when we think about the precision problem statements, these are the ways just that we will respond, right? If you guys get that dreaded phone call, the health department's calling to say, you start going through all these steps, right? So for this one, it's many 4th grade students are displaying defiant behaviors in the cafeteria during lunch in order to gain peer attention. All right. Or in order to avoid peer interactions on the playground after lunch. Right. Tracy's a bully as well, so I want to avoid that. So I'm going to misbehave so I don't have to go to the playground. Right. Oh, this is a realistic example for you. Many kindergarten students are having difficulties cleaning the art room at the end of their specials because they do not know the routines for using, returning, and cleaning up art materials. That seemed like a true statement. Hey, let's not pick on significant others. I heard somebody say it, not just the kindergartners, but look at what's happening in 6th grade. Those behaviors look similar, don't they? So if we're thinking about instruction, curriculum, and environment, where'd you go? He said it. We never taught them what?
They weren't taught at the beginning, procedures at the beginning of the year.
They were never taught the procedures. Why would we expect them to demonstrate that? Now, when we think about that, remember what I said? I talked about like how that fidelity check for the training was, if it was a 0. We never taught you. You would never know. So again, we can't fault the students if we don't teach them what the expectation is. All right. Again, as we're building a plan, is it feasible? I'm going to go to the question we had earlier about like stacking the interventions. If we don't have individual folks, we're going to possibly have to do that. So we got to think about that. Is it feasible? If it's feasible, people can do it, right? Is there buy-in? The question I would ask is the folks at the schools believe all students can learn. If that's the belief among all of our staff, that should be the buy-in. Now to understand, helping them understand why we need to modify our way of work is important. And help them understand this makes your life easier and more effective. Also, you expect to see a change. As I used to always say, like behavior support, I was like the PE teacher for staff. Like kids love the PE teacher, like staff likes a behavior support person. They're gonna help you with this behavior, right? And all it takes is some support and we see some change. And then the next person who has a challenge, guess what happens? You taught a behavior support person, they helped me with this student. You know this student was off the hook. You know, they helped me, right? The idea is, again, if we want to see a change, how do we get the appropriate support? How do we lean on the folks to help us support us to see that change? All right. And if we think about action planning, again, we've got the plan. This is what we're going to do. Who's going to do it and by when? That's how it works. So think about you seeing meetings and this is your task. Okay. When do I need to do it? All right. I'll take care of it. So when we think about action planning, we've gotten to this point. We've got a plan in place. This is what we're going to do to solve this challenge. Who's going to do it and by when? Typically, our by when should be pretty simple. It's 4 to 6 weeks. It's typically how we write the action plan. That's our most immediate like benchmark. And then our overarching, we think about goals. What's the final outcome going to be? Because those 4 to 6 weeks kind of lead us to getting to the ultimate goal. Everyone good with that? I hope so, because there's gonna be a quiz shortly afterwards, but we'll see. Again, you see your solutions there. This is your action plan, just about who by when, our fidelity check. And then we'll practice. I think we're gonna stop. Okay, good. I'm gonna make an executive decision. This feels right. Feels like a good stop. So we're gonna stop here. Now, I'm not sure if lunch is ready or not. We're gonna stop, but as we're waiting, do you have any questions, comments, or concerns right now going forward as far as what you've learned up to this point? All right, so apparently lunch is ready. So I'm gonna let Megan tell you guys what needs to happen. Because I'll just say, hey, enjoy your lunch. I'm gonna let Megan tell you what's gonna happen, and then we'll go from there. We'll see you back short.
So, we have lunch in the front conference room. We've got in, so I think everything is set up, there, and, I mean, I don't. Go on ahead.
Go forth and do good things. 1 hour is what I was told. I didn't decide that time, so if you want to put that on an evaluation, make sure. Virtual friends.
I'm not going right now.
So we're gonna keep sharing. Hello? Thank you. No.
Corey, you gonna go get something? Go ahead. Right to the double doors and right on the right hand side. That little room right to the right.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
She said, what she said. What, right?
Go right now.
That's
Is that what I said?
That's what it sounds.
I swear I did, that's not what I did.
Like everybody else.
I'll do some work.
Perfect, thank you. I know you what you got to say, don't say. Yeah, they did. No, it's okay. They too would be in there. I know,
Rick just texted me the time to take his call up after 3 weeks of being shot. I'm probably more excited than he is.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. Okay, I'm having one of,
I was trying to get to it.
right back to the point that I was really like, really.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean, the coach don't think they gotta say, I'm gonna say, Cleveland. Look at that day. Look, the day.
Makes it obvious for next week. Oh, good. That's what I said. Good. Oh, I got exciting news. I saw.
We going through. They would do the April.
Someone wants some more tea, so you can go help yourself, get some more in there, if you want some more.
Here's the main little. Yeah. Yeah, where they built the new, like, right, I think the apartments and all that. So it's there. And it was going down. I read that yesterday. It takes a while. And then so today, I let it kind of fire. But senior year is great, so by, so. Some freshman year, I was really like, the next year, I was another person. One of them followed. This one I was rooming with roommate. My house was school.
Unless I can promise to try.
Yeah, I know she did. I know she So there's little. And it's going to get that one card. Well, that's like a good friend. She's dating this man. And they would probably get married. Except she's the legal guardian. This is the grandchildren. Two of which are. And one of them is extremely much. One of them is out, and one's just. Right. And she's like, and he's 10 years old. He's like the child, you know. Yeah. And really, so then she can do something. If that says a lot about him to me. Right. Oh, you know, had it yesterday
Yes.
Yeah. And now she did, I recognize it.
Oh, everything. Everything. Usually it's got to be
I can't, I don't have my, I can't see the data. So they have me- they have me do procedure.
I get bad, you know, need to sit there. And I'm not used to why you're. Yes, it's already, well, by the time we finish talking, it's already 15 or something. If they want, I'm good with that.
Yeah. He is more there.
Right, see, everybody else can see. It's just like the big one. Yes.
And so that we
Benefit of being right. Limited.
And so we had.
But they tired.
Supposed to go to that, it looks like easy store all the time. Like Verizon, like Verizon. Kind of weird. Trying to make, I mean, by putting it there, they probably force some things to that shop. Business to that shop.
Just started.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I know.
I
was thinking like.
Yeah. I don't know. No, she didn't.
Oh, yeah, not like coaching.
She did
But,
You're fine. I'm sorry. I don't put your Yeah, go ahead. And I see which like Michelle by herself, other than her, yes, it has.
We were told the other day, Michelle.
Okay, so that's my car.
Well,
So this is the bottom.
we were doing our.
Right. This is our reality.
Like, and I even asked her last week, I said, I think there's a woman that's still. really funny because I asked her, I put my cash out and she said, "No."
Get both of them.
We did, right? You want to follow with that?
We'll
break up into team, yeah.
12, 15 hours.
Oh, Lord. This is what
Oh, that's what I'm. Yeah. She said that
Well, see, I wouldn't be paying myself. I tried that one time and. Oh, yeah.
If you get a dim or something and you're like a smudge, try to cover it off. You can't finish the whole part. So she said, what is it?
Really? No one knows. So it's kind of like my rent, nobody, really told me I needed a cord roller. If I had, actually, any copper roller, I ran into them at a coffee shop. They still live. But I mean, she was here last week. And they stayed.
You retired.
Well, also, you know, there's a lot of sometimes. Holidays. I don't know, I know I. Is this our file on that? And I do, but they also. building. They go games, later they start. That's nice. That's nice. So now they got a light extra for my high ceiling vent, and I know just.
There's no cap.
It's got my golf, I'm gonna take it myself. I don't know, yeah.
We see these like before and after pictures.
Because you're exhausted. Yeah. They're expensive.
You're
You want someone else?
That's my second time.
So she got. They don't have much.
And I say,
Mine.
you did.
That's the thing for me.
Was not her this morning, because each morning at 7:30, and I love the child, 7:30, she was pulling it over herself. I'm not okay. It was like 7:30 this morning. Still though, like. Yeah, I saw that.
No, probably not. Something we're ignoring it, but
Yes, in that case.
And it was ready. What's on the basic national biology? Yeah. They do tell you how many questions were in. Go ahead.
You just have to.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead to the figure. It's all different changes.
And then they have a running. It's just like their rewards app. So you can click on it when you're there and it checks you in. And then you still have so like today. So this is one of them. I guess
You know, my mama didn't raise me right. Blame mama. Blame mama, Karen.
As you would standard ask how. So we give them. I don't even think it's on the release list. Do it back to the. Yeah. I know it's a mixture of one student. Like I know English too, I have two, right, but I do know there's one. We get a little pigeon back. We only yeah, they are usually good. They invited me to their department meeting on the 9th.
That resulted to show days of investigation and follow-up.
Oh, really?
Yes, and do you know how I found that? I found out Monday, John, I did found out Friday after school. And I had to go. Well, you didn't know. They were just there, you know. Honestly, if she had results. Have consequences. Barbara.
Yeah. I know. I just don't think
Just put it up there. It's Louis. So whatever, no, it's not person, but he just.
Tremaine, your microphone is on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll see what I can find.
The one I sent you.
I'm okay.
Payday, payday on Friday. Payday on Friday. That's a winning situation right there. Dog is actually about 7.5% sales tax. Hey guys, we're gonna start back in approximately 2.5 minutes, but we're not gonna round up.
Yeah, I don't. That's right next to you.
Let's feel better down there.
You know what, Erica? I never know.
We shall see how it works out.
No, but I think Hey, that's how it is. I just downloaded it and then changed it. Yeah, I just downloaded it.
Adobe, and Adobe lets you just modify.
Maybe I'm gonna ask you again, and I'm not gonna get it. Yeah, so there's a instructional coach in the NBA. She said our. It's just like, this is just like everybody. Might not be. I know. Hey, that's not gonna fix it. That's all you.
Turn 4, all of a sudden, which is scared, turn 5. But they hit each other hard. Well, that I guess.
Yes, we have, where are they?
Let's see, I don't know.
Ms. Hargrove Jones,
We got a guest speaker, ladies and gentlemen.
you want to bring up your partner in crime or not?
Yeah.
You have to stand here because the camera's.
I know. Yeah, it's over there.
We're here.
Look, you're on, you can see yourself.
Oh,
here.
I know, right? Really? So you want me just to?
Yeah, one of the things that we talked about was hearing all this is really good, but actually putting it into practice are two completely different things. And it gets kind of overwhelming, and it's a process that takes a while. And Ms. Hargrove Jones and Nicole, right?
Nicole.
Implemented, started implementing this over at Fairview and saw some tremendous gains with it. And so I said, okay, just tell them the reality of it all. Like, right, what are some things I'm gonna face when I walk out of here today? And like, how do you get past some of those big hurdles?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, the first thing is to understand that it is hard work, but it is work that's worth it. And it does not occur easily or overnight. One thing you have to do is be consistent in following those steps. I think it's everyone's nature, especially the nature of educators. When we identify a problem, we're ready to hit that solution. And we can get caught up and a lot of times at thinking that actually going through the steps that we're wasting time, but it is definitely not a waste of time. It is ensuring that we are spending our time on the right things. When we were at Fairview and we did this, we found out in a lot of cases that what we thought was the problem actually was not. So consistency is big. I know we have one of our teachers in the room too. She should have come up too, but we were really in a position where some of the numbers that we were looking at, you know, our data, we knew that we needed to take immediate action, and there were so many things that we needed to work on. So we started looking and thinking about what is a structured way to really look at our data, where we want to go, what our current reality is, what our goal is, and how we're going to get here. So that's when we started using this team-initiated problem-solving model. Nicole was an instructional coach at that time, so we worked together with our teams. When I say teams, it was not just academic problems, it's looking at data holistically. Like we had a lot of some of the discipline data and social emotional issues, just everything, and really applying the same process to all of our data, no matter what we were looking at. So
Everything she said. We have just told him we had a lot of Jasmine Pauls.
We did.
And so there was a lot of, he needs medication. It's behavior.
Yes, that's right.
Behavior. And it was a core issue. It was a core issue. And instead of focusing on he needs intervention for this and intervention for that, I'm like, okay, not if 80% of the kids are below level. That's core. So we started there. And I was
even
just
with
saying,
behavior, if the whole class, if first grade doesn't know how to clean up an art, and second grade doesn't know how to clean up an art, it's not the kids or the grade level. You have to look at the instruction and not skipping and going straight to the learner for everything.
And the pushback, of course, is getting comfortable with looking at data without taking it personally. That just takes time. If they're not used to coming to the table and popping up that data, and you get up there, they start to get upset but data that's the truth. We're looking at truth here. So that started to change. They started to get more comfortable with looking at data and saying, well, what are you doing? And not taking it personal. This is all of us. This is all of our responsibility. So that changed, but it takes time. It took time to get to that place. But there's pushback there. And again, the tendency is to go straight to the learner instead of instruction. What are we doing? Why, if they're trying to avoid the work, well, what is it about the work that they're trying to avoid? Why are all these kids trying to get out of the work? What does your work look like?
And consistency, and like Nicole said, you have times when they don't show up with the data.
That's what I'm going to ask.
People aren't going to follow. Yeah, we're going to put these steps out there, but it does not mean that the who is responsible is always going to show up at the table with what they were responsible for.
Right.
So be prepared for that. And when that happens, you ask them again, well, we're going to do this again. And like Nicole said, they knew every week, we're going to ask for the same thing. We're going to keep on asking for the same thing. It's not going away. We're not going to toss this process that we use out the door. So they eventually, I mean, it happens. When they know the expectation and it remains consistent, then, and plus you get so much buy-in when all of a sudden we go through this and like you were saying, the behavior specialist is able to help my child. When they see that the process works, and you start moving towards those goals and really problem solving and getting at the root cause, then you really get a lot of buy-in. You gonna say something?
And you did basically say what you just said a while ago, it was consistent. And because of the consistency, it was like, okay, I'm gonna get my book together.
Right.
And get this thing going.
Right.
I want my kids to be successful, you know, and everyone should perform, and then that creates the buy-in. Because I know what I want and what I need to do at that point. And also, even I saw a difference with me, you know, because we're big on PBIS and also with Class Dojo. And even with kindergarten students, they knew like the whole thing of earning, they were earning those points and they got to see their goal. They knew we had 85%. They know they got that 85%, they knew that was a reward for the 85%. So when those kids saw that, they saw that little pie chart in the graph, and when that little graph like zoom with 85%, they're like, I made it. So they were able to look at that for themselves and say, I earned that, you know, and you know, with just kind of looking at it, they saw what they did, and how successful they were in it. So yeah, great times, great times.
It does take time, and the last ones to join on, I mean, you know who the high resistance, what's the buy-in is gonna come with the consistency data, because after a while, their data is starting to lag. That's what's gonna pull them aboard. We kind of had a whole grade level that did that. They were very resistant, and after about a year, lo and behold, we got 2 grade levels that are well above exceeding growth. What's the problem here? But we got buy-in the next year. So.
Thank y'all.
Awesome. True, it's awesome. I feel like I shouldn't stand up here and say anything else. Say it's payday, it's Friday. Just kidding. Just a little bit more, but that's the idea, right? I always think about, we talked about change earlier, and I always think like you show up to a meeting and people they're not prepared. And immediately you start, in my mind, I chuckle and say, they're thinking, this too shall pass, right? So I show up next week. It's like, no, literally, I'm coming every week. Eventually, you're going to figure out, we kind of need you to have this data, right? It's practice. It's what we do, right? So again, I think recognizing the upfront, the hard work that it takes to get everything started. But once it's started, now it's, as we're going to continue to talk about, it's really monitoring what we're doing, determining if we want to continue the course or if we need to make modifications. That's what we're going to be doing. So hopefully everyone had a decent lunch. Let's give a shout out to our free lunch. And we apologize for you only getting an hour lunch break. We do recognize in your buildings and in your regular day, you get at least an hour and a half. But we're trying our best, okay? Yeah, as you're walking down the hall. We left off, I mean, as we come back in, we're going to begin thinking about practice. So let's just recalibrate where we are. We've talked about the big key is defining a problem with precision, right? So we want to make sure our problem statement is precise, because if we know that, we can solve our problem. Then it's setting goals. What's important about when we set those goals? What are the 2 things we need to focus on?
They're realistic and ambitious.
Realistic and ambitious, and they have the what and the when, right? Like, what's the goal and when, right? And as we're making those problem statements, there are like 5 things we want to ask. Anybody remember what those are? The W's. Fantastic. Right? Who, what, when, where, why. Okay, let's see. We talked about setting goals. We just finished up talking about the plan, right? So now we build out this plan. We actually have to implement it, right? So that's where we were. So as we continue to get ready to start back, we're going to start thinking about like a solution for our precise problem. I went one slide back. Yep, we did one forward back. So when we think about Jasmine, we got to our goal. So when we think about the plan, okay. So we want to make sure the teacher's role is what? She's going to provide the instructional the codable text, looking at those unknown words, right? Thinking about phonics and thinking about the groups, how frequently these things are going to happen. If you guys notice what's happening with the plan, what are some things that we're seeing that are consistent? Well, it's like I'm not doing that. We're seeing who, what, when, right? So the teacher, like, again, the first part of the plan is what? The teacher's going to do this by 10/23, right? Teacher and teacher assistant. So we're making sure that we're clearly communicating whose role it is and what they're doing and when they're doing, right? Going back to what I was, in the presentation, really just thinking communication is key. People will do their jobs and they will do their work if they know what's expected of them. There's nothing more, unsettling or even just being uncomfortable. It's like, I wasn't aware that's what was expected of me. And that's a terrible feeling. When you're at a meeting, you're just like, I didn't know that was my role. So how do we make sure that we clearly communicate those expectations to our staff and the folks we're working with? All right, again, as we're looking at Paul, AKA Jasmine Paul's disruptive behaviors, of course, we've provided, those different things. What's the teacher gonna do? Use the chill out pass. All right, the teacher's gonna do that by 10/20. Provide rewards for, their choice time. The counselor's gonna provide that. Again, just going through who's gonna do what, by when, what are we doing? So we've got our goal, we've got our plan. Whose job is it to do it? Who's actually supposed to teach it? By when, and what are the outcomes we want to see? So those are things we want to think about. So now we've talked about the plan, right? So we've identified the problem. We've come up with our goal for change. We know where our current level is, where we want to go. We built the plan. Now, fun part. We actually have to implement. We actually have to do it. So again, going back, if we're going here, it talks about whose role it is and by when. When's this actually supposed to take place, right? What's the plan? So now we're going into actually implementing that plan with integrity. So as we start thinking about it, going into evaluation planning, how do we monitor and evaluate this? So we've implemented the plan. We're at the conclusion. It's been 4 to 6 weeks, right? We've done what we're supposed to do. Supposedly, it's the cutoff. It's time to progress monitor. Let's see what happens. All right. Again, this isn't a gotcha. It's really to see where we are, right? There are people in this room who are wearing glasses. I have on contacts today. I got my fake glasses on today. Once a year, what are we going to do? We got to go to the eye doctor. Why? You just like hanging out with the eye doctor? That's right. You can't get more contacts if you don't come see them, right? So you got to go get a checkup, right? What are they doing? What are they trying to evaluate? Your eyesight, right? Has there been a change? Right? You go in, they take, she puffs some air into your eyes, and what do they say? Oh, let's take some pictures of your eyes. Everything looks great. Eat leafy green vegetables, do all these things. Everything looks great. We haven't seen a change in your vision. So your prescription remains the same. You need new contacts. They'll be there in 4 to 6 weeks. We'll get them in the mail. Here's a couple pair to get you till the delivery date, right? You're evaluating where your current level is, right? That's all. We want to monitor that. We want to see, are you where you're supposed to be? Things appear to be in order, or if not, right? This is anything with health. You guys want to see something exciting? You go to the dentist every year and then skip a year. What happens? Stuff happens, right? And like, well, if you would have come last year, we probably would have caught this, brought it to your attention, and you don't have a cavity or what the case may be. So again, we think about monitoring evaluation. I know some of you talked about your children today during the session. I've talked about my girls. You monitor and evaluate them daily, right? When I picked that youngest one up from daycare, guess what I do? I look at her and I wonder, is this a reasonable facsimile of the little person I dropped off this morning? Now, minus the hair bows that seemingly are missing every day. And, you know, if she brings someone else's lovey home, I'm like, how'd you get that? Well, I took Maddie's lovey. Okay. Outside of those things, I'm evaluating. Does she look the same? Does she have a knot on her head? Because if there's a knot on her head, I should have like an incident report that tells me something happened, right? Like I should have a report. So like I'm monitoring to see what's happening, right? You guys do these things every day. We monitor and evaluate things every day. How many of you guys go to the grocery store? Oh, really? Yeah. Some of us, the three of us in here that go to the grocery store, right? We pay, and then guess what we do? Inevitably, we look at the bill, right? We look at that receipt. All right, so it's just, all right, I paid a lot of money today. For those of you who go to Target, spent $250 more, too much in the dollar section. But then you go back the next time you go, and what do? Look at that receipt again. These prices jumping up. You know, I found that when I go to store X, these items are significantly cheaper. So what does that tell us when we're collecting data? If I need that item, I should probably go to store X. The reason I'm bringing this up again, as far as evaluation, don't think of these things as negative. This is what we do every day, every walk of our life, right? You put on a pair of shoes and wear them to work, and you're like, those shoes did not work for me. Guess what's going to happen? You won't wear them back to work, right? The idea is, how do we monitor everything that we're doing and evaluate? Is it working for us, right? So that's what we're going to focus on shortly. And then how do we assess the impact, right? So, of course, showing you where this is at, as far as our meeting minutes guide, our form. Question is, how do we know that we did what we said we would do, right? I feel like there's going to be a lot of people talking about significant others during this section. We'll see how this shakes out. All right. When have you gathered fidelity data? How many of you guys are familiar with fidelity data? All right. We're all barely familiar with fidelity data, right? Let's talk about what's that in the top right corner. Soap at your house. Let's think about soap at your house. You got little ones at the house. How do you know if they've been using soap frequently or as prescribed? What's that? It gets empty unless you notice them start washing their dog's hair with the soap, right? That's not as prescribed, but it tells me something, right? So that we know if the bottle starts to get empty, someone's using it, right? Now we have to monitor them and make sure they're using it at the appropriate times. What about the pill box at the bottom? Right? You have relatives who take pills frequently. Can you tell if they're following their prescriptions? Pretty simple, right? It's Thursday. Every pill's still in there from Sunday to Wednesday. What's going on? Right? It's a cue. Home reading laws. How will we know if that's working for us? We get it back. My daughter has an agenda. She has to get on Dreambox every day. She has to read for 20 minutes, right? I have to sign it. I also say, Alexa, can you set that timer for 20 minutes? My gentle reminder. Hey, Alexa, can you set that timer for 20 minutes? Thank you. So that now we know we're telling the teacher two things are happening. I'm checking off that she actually read, but what's happening when she takes that agenda back to school with the reading log? The teacher can only take it face value that I'm just not lying to her. It's a sign, right? So we're able to collect some fidelity data, right? Say, okay, this is happening. And if these things are happening frequently, the expected frequency, what should we get? We should get our results, right? So the question becomes, did I do what I said I would do? Right? We're not asking for so much from our staff. We're just asking them to be professionals, and we're asking them to do plans. No more than they're asking their students to do what's expected of them, right? So we're not asking anything, extraordinary. We just need you to do what's expected. And it's important because if we do these things, we get our results. All right. So again, just questions that we ask as far as thinking about, are we implementing the plan? Right? Again, behavior support. We write behavior goals, behavior plans. I love it. Did you follow the plan? It's a yes or no typically. Yes, yes, I did. Or no, or well, kind of. Well, kind of is not an option, right? You can do well, kind of, but we'll know, right? So as we think about that, again, the idea is just thinking 80% is our goal. If we're functioning at 80% of folks buying into things that we want to take place or things to get done, we're going to get our outcomes, right? Measuring it monthly seems more feasible. Like, is it actually doable? Again, I'm a proponent of supporting staff members and the educators. If we don't build a system that the teachers can actually implement and they can actually do it, what's the likelihood of them doing it? Zero, right? So we have to build this in a way that it's actually likely they would do. It's a part of what they do every day. The goal is to say, well, if someone came in, why would you do this? Why do you do this way? This is how we do business at Fairview Elementary or at school at Rocky Mount Schools, right? So those are things to think about. But if safety is an issue, and this takes place with behavior, we're going to have to look at a higher level of implementation. We're going to have to monitor it more frequently, right? So if a student, we're putting a plan in place for a student who might cause harm to themselves, we have to be a little more diligent as far as building that plan out. Another thing to think about, we need to make it easy. Like fidelity data doesn't need to be this really intense thing. Did you do it? I'm asking you to be truthful with me. Did you do it? And I always chuckle about fidelity data because it's like, if you're not truthful, the data is going to tell us that you're not doing it. So if you did it, fantastic. If you didn't, hey, next week, let's try to do better. And by the way, someone's going to come back and ask you these same questions next week, just as they mentioned, like, do you have the data? No. Okay, it's fine. I've got it this week. I'm coming back next week. I would appreciate it if you had the data. Again, we're working into building it so that's part of what we do. And again, start simple. So let's think more about fidelity. So just some sub-scales to think about. Just a simple fidelity check, right? As far as routines. So use a 1 to 5 scale. You could have 3 questions a week and share the scale as the faculty, in the break room or survey, paper with pencil. However you want to do. What's the easiest way that you can get feedback from staff? I recognize that, I always say like electronics, obviously the best way to do it. And then you say, well, people get how many emails a day? They can click and they can read this email, but if they don't have time to do it right then at that moment, it gets bigger. So we have to consider that too. Like, what's the easiest way? Do we want to build in a time and say, hey, take 5 minutes at this time of the day to complete this task or whatever we decide to do? But this question just starts out with, did you provide a high five greeting to all students in your class on time in the morning this week? So if we're looking at fidelity data, we've got about, what is that? We've got 7 staff members who actually come in. So if we're thinking about a grade level, 7 or 3 or above. So they're actually doing what? They're actually implementing with fidelity. They're saying they did it 3 times out of the week. This other side's basically saying, no, we haven't done it, right? So we're thinking, it'd be interesting to see what the data looks like in those classrooms where the high five isn't being implemented. The high five is basically saying we're providing a welcoming environment, right? We want to start everyone off with a positive. I'm going to meet my students at the door, give them a high five. Or how many days during the week did you review students the procedures for passing in the hall? How do we transition? You mentioned it frequently, like transitions are important, especially like secondary. We start thinking about middle school, high school. It's really important. A lot of challenges occur because we have problems with transition. If our staff is leaning more towards doing these things and monitoring transition, what's going to happen to our referral data? Should go down. The running joke we've always had, I used to work at a base at a high school and all, we had a problem with students smoking cigarettes in like the bathroom. Imagine that.
Vaping now. Vaping.
Oh, that's right, sorry. They're vaping, it's even more exciting, but they're vaping. So how do you stop students from vaping in a bathroom? What do? You sit an adult at their bathroom where they're vaping the most, and guess what happens? Well, say it again. That's right, they go to a different bathroom. They do that, that's exactly right. But we know at least what? The intervention, the strategy works. Put an adult there, you stop the behavior. Now what happens? You probably need to post an adult, another bathroom, right? We think about transition, the bell rings. How do we want them to transition? Have adults in the hallway, right? Have them visit. There's a, you know, I used to laugh like the warning bells. You guys use like a warning bell, like this is it. You got 2 minutes after this bell. If you're not in class, work at a site, and you would go into the school and they would play the Star Wars thing. Like the last 2 minutes was basically when you heard Star Wars, it means it's time to get to class because you can, like it was cues. Like it's like, oh, I really got to go because if I hear this part, I'm going to miss it, right? These things are all important as far as building fidelity because again, if we want to monitor if people are doing it, that's easy to monitor. Whether you're an administrator, a coach, facilitator, you walk into a building, they're in a change and they're focused on transition. You see staff in the hallway, more than likely, what are we doing? We're seeing our students move quicker. We should see changes in that data. So it's really, again, answering the question, are we doing what we said we're going to do? Just some other ways to gather fidelity data, whether it's just dropping, you know, a chip in a basket, the dice, you know, the one in email, just other ways. One of my favorites in PBIS was we would tell people to have like 10 pennies in one pocket, and every time a student behaves, you're supposed to switch a penny. Is that doable? Some people it is. I feel like I just be dropping change on the floor all day, right? So we got to think about like, are these things that fit the staff member style? Will they actually, right? Like, it's a great idea, but it's actually doable, right? So we've got to consider that. Now, for some people, that'd be perfectly their style, you know, and it's reminding them they can check within those time periods. Okay, I've got 5 pennies here. That means I've seen 5 appropriate behaviors. We reinforce those, so on. But it's really about the manner of the style and is it, you know, actually teachable. All right. You guys are Google here, right? So you could just build out a Google form, quick fidelity checklist, click on the link. Did you implement the Cougar Paw morning greeting routine this week? Not at all, or every morning. Send it out every Friday morning. If it becomes a practice that every Friday morning I'm going to get this link to complete this survey, right? We would also be able to track that, right? So that's something else to consider. So again, what's going to work the best for your staff, the folks you work with? Again, skill stream, just social skills, just another example. This paper and pens feels like a lot. Again, you have to think about who you're working with, but also it also thinks about the support you're providing to students, whether it's core or intensive. If it's intensive support and it's really individualized, you're going to have to do a little bit more. So that's something to consider. Right. Or did you implement the solution as planned? Yes, as per directions or with slight modifications. Right. I know my friends in the EC staff love this, like, that's not following in my compliance. That's just out of compliance, right? Yes, with slight modifications or no, that's not good for us in the EC. It's yes, as prescribed, right? Because then we're actually implementing it as designed, right? We've mentioned earlier, if you don't read the handbook, you don't get your outcomes. You go buy a box cake. I don't like their directions. I think my directions are better. I mean, they've only sold like 1 million of those. Like, how many millions and millions of box cakes have they sold? They kind of know what they're doing, right? As prescribed in order to get this desired outcome. right? Again, just rating the behaviors. So these are all just examples. The importance of fidelity, not only is to get the outcomes, but it's important for us to recognize if this even works for our population. That's even more important than, you know, the overarching is we want our students to see improvement. But we also want to see if it's working for our population, because could we implement something with fidelity and not get outcomes? Could that happen? Maybe. Could I show you guys like a video on Pinterest on how to like carve a jack-o'-lantern and then give you guys a jack-o'-lantern and say, go? It's not gonna look the same, right? Some people in this room, that work, but there's a large percentage, it never does, right? It's important that we implement it to fidelity to let us know, like, that's not gonna get it for us, right? We need to do something different. Our context may require something different. Now, if I went to the local college and found, you know, 15 students who are, you know, majoring in art and said, hey, we're gonna watch this video and then try to do this, how's that gonna look? The outcomes are gonna look probably significantly different, right? So those are the things we need to know. That's why implementation is important, especially implementing to fidelity. Follow as prescribed, right? All right. So what we want you guys to do now is just take 4 minutes with your table. Just gonna start working a little bit with each other. So just think about ways you would collect fidelity data. Now I recognize you're not all in the same building, you're all over the place, but just general ideas about how you want to collect fidelity data. And just think about the things you want to define. Just kind of just walk through this. And be prepared to share out. 1 minute, you guys got 1 minute left. I'm sorry, I thought that could happen. The idea, the idea. Are you ready? The goal, of course, is to see if you did it. Would you like these scores came back and said, yeah, where is it? Oh, it's here. All right, we're coming back in 3, 2, 1. Take your seat. All right, so do we have any groups that want to share? Oh, wow, this group just raised their hand. Wow. Volunteer. They volunteer, you know, we previously discussed it.
Back table back there.
All right, well, the tools we're going to use, or tools used to gather data would be Google Forms, and in our opinion, frequency of data collection will be weekly for consistency more so than anything. Who will, in our particular role as MTSS, who will set it up? Probably us, admin, or members of our team who will gather and report it. Either a member of our team or us, meaning us directly, because that's kind of what we think that members would tell us to do as well, or want us to do. And what is the goal of this fidelity check? To gather the necessary data to create cohesion amongst all stakeholders or internal stakeholders, and hopefully to implement some type of change, or to see if we need to change the current process in order to provide better support for our stakeholders.
Man, that was a gold star answer. That was like a lot of stuff. We should give them a hand, right? Wow. Hey, I'm gonna jump in on one thing because I really appreciate it. One thing I appreciate it, if there's one thing that really jumped out at me more is when you said, who's gonna do this? Well, in the role we're in, that's us. Sometimes we have to take a step back and say, okay, we live in a world, whatever your work title is, your role is completely different than a classroom teacher at that point in time. And the question becomes, is it easier for me to build this form or this fidelity measure? Is it easier for me to do it? Is it an easier lift, or will it be a heavier lift to ask this staff member to do this? Right? In the world that we work in every day, I do this every day. I look at this data every day. It's easier for me to format and build this. Is it easier for me to do that than say, hey, staff member X who's on the team, can you do that? You mind doing that? It's just a consideration. I've always felt like, for me, it's easier for me to do that. Because also it helps, we think about co-creation and just partnership, like building a relationship with these folks we're working with. I'm not asking you to do one thing, right? I live in this world where, like, in essence, I'm asking you to do something for my work, where I can say, I can feel this, as you guys have said, we're not talking about something intensive, but something that we can do so that we know what we're actually looking for, and it's not an additional burden on them. So that's something to consider. I always think about, because again, you think they're with students every day, all day teaching. Not that we aren't working, but it's a different type of work in their minds. And it's not that they can't do it, it's just how can we support them? This is additional support. So that's a good way to think about it. Is there another group that wants to share? Wow, the other group that got voluntold. Not by me.
So, one of the tools that we use, are on the state improvement project site. So we use the fidelity tools from it that are already established and have an NRA reliability. So it gives us a fidelity score. So any teachers with new programs like Letterland in our district, Aspire, those kinds of things, there are tools already created for that. And we use that for new implementers 3 times a year. We have to observe 3 times a year to do a coaching cycle. And for teachers that have met fidelity, we only have to observe 1 time a year. We input all that data into the state system, and spits out all these cool reports. And so as an institute coordinator, I help set that up. Karen Boone, also she's our math coach. So we're happy to have her. So me and Karen kind of work together, and we report that data in our reviews twice a year. And our goal is ultimately to increase coaching support for our staff and also increase student outcome data. We talked about some other fidelity tools, but that was the one that stuck out to me because we were talking about developing some new tools for behavior and things of that nature.
Fantastic. I like to think about the piece with the interrelated. Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah,
there you go. That's it. Yeah, we think about that. That's always interesting because being able to compare the raters and saying, we got this right because the outcomes are similar, the responses are similar. It's always exciting because it means we have a tool that we really think should give us the outcomes if we do demonstrate this appropriate way. So that's a good thing. So you enjoy looking at those graphs.
I do.
Does Megan come and visit you and look at graphs?
Sometimes we discuss.
Do you guys talk about psychometrics too?
Well, I'm a data person anyway, so.
That's right.
I don't think psychometrics, I'm not graduated to that level yet.
Okay. Just checking. No, it's, again, we shouldn't let the data scare us. Is that one of our data people tell us? The data just tells us the truth. Someone said in here, right? It just tells us where we are. And then we go from there, right? If we want to improve, we're going to take the necessary steps for improvement. And that's all we're saying. Again, how do we change the mindset of our staff that we're here as a support? We're not here to come into your classrooms and be a gotcha. We're here to support you because we want you to be successful so the students are successful. And I think that's one thing that we have to continue to push and inform our staff. It's like the folks we work with. Again, we're here for support. Well, thank you guys for sharing. It's great. We're going to talk about some data at the break. Stay tuned. So for part 1, we just talked really about fidelity and just how's it implemented, how we're going to monitor it. Now we're going to really think about how do we assess the impact. All right. So if we do these things, what's the outcome? What did we see? What did we see change? So now the next thing is start thinking about how do we know if this solution works? All right. So when we think about outcome data, we've talked about it. So look at our initial goal. We want to reduce ODRs for defiance. Right? So we got our general goal. All right. So how are we going to do that? The effectiveness, we're going to look at our ODR reports. We're going to look at our data and say, okay, this is what it's going to guide us. Look at our other goal again. Cafeteria table cleanliness. Is there somewhere we're going to input that? Right? That's not going in the educator's handbook. So that's going to be a fidelity check, right? We're going to be looking around to see if like we're going to see that. We can go around, we can actually see it. We're going to collect data on it. Again, we've recognized that we think that's a problem. We wanted to improve the cafeteria, the cafeteria's work satisfaction, right? We wanted them to think at the end of the day, when our students leave the cafeteria, they clean the table, they feel satisfied with what they've done, right? So again, we just want to really be able to measure whatever that goal is that we put in place. Can we measure it? Not only did we actually do it, what was the outcome? Did we get to our goal? Did we see our outcome? Right? So if we're adding to the meeting minutes, this is where it goes. But as we continue, we're going to talk a little bit more detail. So again, here is just referrals for harassment on the bus. We're monitoring the ODRs. It's when it's entered by the data analyst. So that's who's actually doing it. Now, we're going to start just kind of practicing going through, like wondering if these are our goals, let's assess the impact. So this is where we're going to live for about the next 5 to 7 minutes. Thinking about going back, thinking about our student, Jasmine Paul, academics and behavior. So we're going to start just going through a few questions and just statements and just seeing like, well, what do we see? Did we implement with fidelity? Did we get our outcome? Let's talk about it. All right. So these fidelity checks are just built on the Likert scale 1 to 5. We're going to gather those weekly. So remember, we're talking about, did the folks actually do what they said they were supposed to do? So remember, we went over Jasmine's plan, right? So like a teacher was going to do something by this date. Teacher was going to do something by this date for academics and for behavior, right? So we're going to use fidelity checks, first of all, just to monitor. Did we do what we said we were going to do? All right. Now we get into oral reading and phonics. Now we're going to have ROAR. It's not going to be fidelity as much as it's going to be outcome, right? So we're going to look at that assessment data. Same thing for behavior. We're going to look at the data that comes in. So that's, as we're doing this, we're doing two, it's 2 in 1. We're monitoring if we did what we said we were going to do, and then we're monitoring what the outcome is, right? So our real life example is going back to the exercise. All right, I want to lose some weight. How are we going to do it? I'm going to exercise 3 times a week. The first question to ask is, for fidelity, what would we want to know? Did you actually work out for 3 times? Or did you like pick up a cheeseburger and say, whoo, that was a workout, right? Did we actually, by definition, work out the 3 times a week, right? That's our first, that's the fidelity check. Okay, we did it. Now, how do we determine? Oh, Chrissy's still in there, okay. We'll still ask this question. How do we initially, how do we determine if doing that, we actually implemented that fidelity, we worked out 3 times, how do we determine if we lost weight? Right, the scale test. So you're going to start with a baseline. Initially, what the number's going to tell us. We know that we're going to get to a certain point that the number's not going to tell us the truth, and there's going to be other things you measure. But initially, if you want to lose 10 pounds, you should be able to say number X minus 10 or X minus something gives me an outcome, right? So that would be like that outcome data. So we know if we actually implement, we did it. We actually implemented to fidelity. We did what we said we're going to do. Worked out 3 times a week. Did we lose weight? Right? The outcome will tell us. So when we're thinking about Jasmine, the same questions. Did we, the staff, when you think about ICE, instruction, curriculum, environment, did we do as far as what we said we were going to do? Now, let's look at those outcomes. And we said these are typically, we stretch them out depending on, especially behavior, intensity of behavior is a little different, but typically we stretch them out over this period of time. We can monitor these things weekly, but then our outcome data may take a little longer. So things to remember, we can measure, did we do these things this week, right? Did we do these things this week? And after about 4 weeks, we can look and say, what's the outcome data tell us, right? What's the assessment data tell us? All right. So now we're jumping into that progress monitoring piece. Again, what you guys have seen is the tips that you guys are used to is the original tips, the 5 steps. Again, the 6th step is just, the 6 steps is just the 5 steps broken down. The last 2 steps are important. The monitoring piece and evaluation are separate, right? That's it. Because what we used to train it and we would say, people, they just look at it and say, okay, we work well. It's actually important to say, no, we need to monitor as we do, and then we evaluate at that desired date. So let's ask the questions. Did your solutions work? Well, look here, look at what's popped up. Frequency of the exercise. The goal was to exercise 3 times a week during March. Solution, you join the running club. Reward runs with 1 piece of chocolate. You just ran 2 miles. That 1 Hershey Kiss just took all the calories you burned and put it right back into your system. 1 Hershey Kiss. All right. The status is you exercise 2 times a week in March. Did we reach our goal? No. But to put a positive spin on it, there was improvement. You weren't working out at all. Now you ran twice, right? So you improved. You're almost there. Maybe, another reward, not the chocolate. We'll work on that. Saving money. We want to save $150 by November. You're going to save all the change of coins, no Starbucks, no special smoothie places that are brand new. Don't try those out just yet. Bring your lunch 3 times a week, right? I worked in Bader Sport. I've listened to every conversation you guys have had. So it's you said something, I'm going to bring it up today. You're trying just make sure appropriate, inappropriate is going to happen. You bring your lunch 3 times a week. Well, the status is you saved $135 by November. That's good, right? But not the goal. That's improvement, but not the goal. Right? Let's keep going. So the question becomes, is that negative? Improve but not goal. It's growth, right? Would we be excited if we put some things in place for our student and we actually did, we said we were going to do, and we saw improvement? Right? So the idea is we celebrate these things. We recognize there's still room for growth. Guess what? Every day we wake up, there's room for improvement. Trust me. This person knows, like, I could be a little bit better. I wasn't too good yesterday. I'll be better today. I might have been cussing yesterday. Today I'm doing that. I'm in front of you guys. I'm not doing so much cussing, right? So I've improved that. I've been using appropriate language all morning. But at 3:30, who knows what might happen, right? The idea is how do we, right? We're moving, we're trending in the right direction. And that's what we want to do with our students. We think about the day. The importance is we got to get the day. We actually have to do what we said we're going to do. So just thinking about this again, just monitoring the impact, the fidelity data they gathered here. Again, now we're not talking about Jasmine and Paul. What are we talking about here? Give you a moment to look at Defiance, but who are we talking about? What students? 3rd and 4th grade, right? So we're focused on what? Just a group within the school, so a larger group, right? So we're not thinking intensive, we're just thinking it's still an intensive challenge, but it's a larger group, right? All right, so we're thinking about that. So we're thinking about Defiance between that time period. What's our goal? What are we trying to do? Reduction of Defiance, right? So we're trying to reduce it. What's the solution? Right, so we want to work on transition, right? We talked a lot about transition being a challenge. How can we work on that? So what's our fidelity data? What are we checking on fidelity data?
We ODR that.
There we go. So here we're just thinking about, we're wondering, did we implement on the checkboard, right? Did we see those things? Remember we talked about the board, like checking off on the board, make sure. So that's the us. That's on the staff. Like, are we doing what we said we're going to do? And if we do those things, then what? We come down to our outcome measures, looking at the data, right? We're going to look at Swiss data, review that last day of the month. So the last day of every month, we're going to be able to say, what did Defiance look like? But we're also going to be able to compare it to what did we do? Did we do what we're supposed to do? Right? So that's the implementation for the fidelity data versus the outcome data. All right. So the question starts, did we do what we said we would do? So we've got 10th, 3rd, and 4th grade teachers. I provided explicit instruction and transition from recess procedures to my students. Eight out of 10 did it. They had ratings of 4 or above. What was our magic number? We're thinking about implementation. What's our magic number? 80%. So can we feel confident saying we did what we were supposed to do in regards to explicit instruction in the transition process? We talked in transition procedures. We did. Well, excuse me, 8 of us did. I don't know what you other 2 were doing, but 8 of us were on the job, right? We were working. So because we did this, what should happen? We should see a change, right? We're not saying we're guaranteed to meet our goal, but we should see some type of improvement. Right? So we come here, we would check this off. Did it work? Fidelity data, 80%. Right? We implemented that with fidelity. We feel good about what we did. Now let's talk about the outcome data. This is the baseline range. We wanted to reduce it by, 0.2. Current level is 0.17 a day.
Okay.
Oh, man. Okay. Oh, Sheila May, go ahead. I've got fresh sunglasses on. I'm ready to go. It's Friday. Looking at you guys like, where we going? Right? We met the goal, right? We got to where we wanted to be. But if that number would have been 0.27, how would we have felt? We would have improved, but we would not been at the goal, but we would have clearly seen improvement. We'd be happy with our progress, I would say, right? Like we know there's a goal. That's right, yeah. We don't shame and blame them, like we don't even know who you are. But you too, if one of you do your job, your job, right? We'd have met that goal. That's right. We don't even know who those 2 folks are. We're just talking about, right? But the idea is like, what could we have done, right? So again, just different ways. Let's think about this. 23 out of 25 bus drivers reported using the procedures. We want to improve bus behavior, right? That's 92% fidelity. What does that mean? More than likely. Are we doing what we said we're supposed to do on the bus? Bus drivers doing what's expected? All right, because it's 80%. So we would have met the goal. Assistant principal reported seeing seating changes on all but 1 bus. 96% fidelity. Again, we're doing what we're saying we're supposed to do, right? So of course, we implemented that with fidelity. So we feel good about what should happen. Again, we're not guaranteed to get this perfect outcome, but we feel good about what's happened. So when we think about outcome data, again, baseline, we see what our baseline is to our goal. This is what we want to reduce those numbers by. So now we're at 0.33. So, that one bus didn't move those students around, right? We didn't assign those seats. We had another bus driver, 23 of the 25 implemented, actually followed the procedures. Yeah, one bus driver, one more of the bus drivers were brought in, right? But we're still happy about our improvement, right? We're excited about the implementation of fidelity because we know we're doing what's designed. And more than likely, I'm no school administrator. I'm no district administrator. But I could probably look at the data and figure out which buses did do it, right?
Exactly.
I'm no school administrator. I'm no district administrator. But I would suspect those individuals will probably have conversations with who? Those folks who aren't implementing. as requested. But again, I'm just cool, so maybe that'll happen, I don't know, we'll see. So let's continue. Let's look at this fidelity check. The 3-question survey. We talked about this here, right? We want to see, like, did we do what we said we're going to do? It's going to be done on Fridays. You guys remember that? 0 the questions. We're going to answer these 3 questions done on Fridays. All right. Ooh, let's look at this day. Did you put rewards in place for completing morning warm-up work? 30% said yes. Ain't good. I'm not saying it's bad. It ain't good. Did you use welcome strategies every morning students enter the classroom in the morning? 50-50. Did you use prompts every morning to remind students of our ROAR rewards for being academically engaged? 70%. Roar, right? We roar at this school. I don't know. So, talk to me. Are we implementing this with fidelity? Ooh.
I would say not start, not 80.
Do we feel good about any of these things? Len's at 80%. So it's not an 80%, it's just not good at all. It's bad.
But this, it could be some improvements in the work.
So, yeah, we use the prompts every morning to remind students of the ROAR rewards. What's that built around? Spoiler alert, last 2 words. Academic engagement, right? The question I would ask is, does our staff see the importance of this? Right? Did they implement as described? So we can feel good about that, right? Because we can say, well, it's close to our goal, but these other things aren't, and more than likely, if we put all the pieces of data together, what's going to happen with our outcomes? I'll ask it this way. Does practice make perfect? If you believe practice makes perfect, don't look around. This is a quiz. Don't look around. So don't look at your friends. If you believe practice makes perfect, please raise your right hand. If you believe practice makes perfect, raise it up high, and it has to be your right hand. We're being very specific. If you believe practice makes perfect, raise it high. Raise it high. No commentary. It's a simple question. Don't look at your friends. Does practice make perfect? Raise your hand. Wait. We're not answering anything just yet. If you believe practice makes perfect, raise your right hand. Raise it high. Be proud. You had your hand up. Put your hand back. It's okay. No, besides you. Yeah. You don't like the word perfect. Can someone look up another word for perfect? Okay. Exceptional. Do we believe? I'm sorry. Do we think practice makes improvement? With your right hand. We all agree to that. Okay. Do we think practice makes perfect? It's a trick question. The correct answer.
But it could be 100%, and 100% depends on how you define perfection. If your goal is to get to 100%, then it is perfect. If you're at 100%, you can't go above that. So technically.
Ooh, y'all broke this down real good. The correct answer though is perfect practice makes perfect. Right? 2 + 2 = 5. Please repeat after me. 2 + 2 = 5. 2 + 2 = 5. 2 + 2 = 5. We have practiced that 2 + 2 = 5. We've had multiple opportunities for repetition. It's in your mind. So when I say 2 + 2, you all should respond with 5. And you all would be incorrect. But you got the perfect response because I taught you 2 + 2 = 5. So practice doesn't make perfect, but perfect practice makes perfect. Now, to the folks who don't like the word perfect, the idea is working towards perfection or working towards 100% would give us closer to that 100% goal, right? Right? Again, I used to coach sports. You teach an individual a skill, and if they don't master the skill, if person X, football player X doesn't block player X, this other player gets hurt, right? Because we're not practicing the appropriate way, right? The reason I'm bringing this up is, we come back to this, if we have inconsistent practices, we're gonna have inconsistent performance, right? That's what this is telling me. I don't know what the data is gonna tell you, but it's gonna tell you something that's probably inconsistent. Let's see. So our questions are, obviously, it was partial implementation. All right, did it work? So remember, what we were trying to see, referrals for 5th grade. We're just trying to see if they decrease, right? We're gonna review a month. 1 incident per day, we want to see a reduction. Our current level went up. We didn't see an improvement, huh? Things got worse. So as the adults, if we have inconsistent implementation, what's gonna happen? Outcomes aren't going to be expected, right? You guys I always joke like construction. There's always construction going on, right? It's always improvements, right? They do a good job of recognizing something's inconsistently implemented, and they fix it. That might take a long time to fix it, but eventually it gets fixed. The general idea is we don't want to make things worse. We want to make them better. All right, again, as you guys can, I think you guys are seeing a trend now when we show these fidelity checks. It was as they were doing the research to see how well this was really working. Guess what we found out? The sites that actually were like 1 and 2, what's happening with their problem solving? They see improvement. And that's how they went from pre-tips to post-tips improvement, tips to. All right. Now we're going to talk about evaluation planning, and there's a quick video.
All right, let's talk about options. So, Anne, what was your idea again? What'd you say?
I thought we could review the expectations with the kids.
You know, with those problem behaviors, I wonder if we're doing what we agreed to do.
Okay, so are the staff actually handling the reports?
Right.
Okay.
I'm not so sure about that.
We may need to think about getting some fidelity data on that. We want to check to see if staff are actually handling the reports the way that we've put it in place.
What about asking them to keep a record about the number of reports they're giving specifically for 3rd graders?
That's a good place to start. How about also asking whether they implemented reporting a problem as we've agreed?
I really like that idea.
Do we know if the parents have gotten any information about the incidents or the problem?
I'm sorry. I don't think I have all the information here in my minutes. I'm sorry. What did we?
Okay, so let's go back. So what we're saying is that we want to review whether staff are handling the reports the way that we asked them to, and record possibly how many they're doing specifically for 3rd grade. And then we're talking about involving the parents, sending a message to the parents about what we're trying to address.
Well, and do the fidelity checks and record the number of reports each day.
Right, but this is just for 3rd grade.
Right.
Right, we're going to be really specific. We've narrowed down our problem.
I think so. Let's do it for this month and see if the problem behaviors for those kids at that time decrease by next month.
You know what, let's use grade level meetings for this. Even though the problem is coming from 3rd grade, let's make sure that all staff review the procedures with the, with parents and themselves and the students. But let's put a heavier emphasis on 3rd grade.
Great. So who's going to inform that, the grade level teams, just review that with them?
I think I'll put that on my task list.
Okay, and let's see, when will that happen?
Grade level meetings are next week. I'll pop in each one of those and encourage them to put a note in the parent newsletter.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a plan now to follow up with the sixth and seventh grade, the grade, sixth and seventh graders, and now we have a plan for third grade. And let's look at our agenda. Are there other things that we wanted to cover today?
I'm sorry. I know I keep missing these things, but I didn't actually hear us say what our goal was for that third grade problem behavior.
So we don't
With
have
all
it.
the other pieces, but I didn't hear the goal.
Okay.
You're right. What we're looking for is that last year the third graders had 131 ODRs, or 30% of total.
Oh.
And I think what we need to do is find a goal so that they get no more than 10 ODRs per month, or fewer than 90 ODRs for the year.
Okay, that's a good goal.
Thanks, Megan, for bringing us back to that, keeping us on task. And let's check to make sure everything else is in order for us to move forward on all of this. So the Fidelity check board is ready to go. And who's posting those questions to ask the staff?
I have Sheila in the office take care of it. I'll give her the questions to post on Mondays.
Perfect. And how about the expectations? Did those get posted?
Those are done, and also the teaching plans got done.
Okay, good. And our acknowledgement system, do we have that documented yet?
Not quite. I need a couple more weeks on that one.
Okay, let us know if you need some help with that so that we can have that done. Good. It looks like we have two more things we need to discuss. We need to discuss the reports to the other teams and then do our quick self-assessment. Are you going to bring the Fidelity data to each of the staff meetings? Is that right?
I'll take care of that.
Okay. And you are also checking in at the grade level?
Yes.
Okay, grade level meetings, perfect. The other thing I was thinking about was getting on this.
So I was gonna say, I hope you guys have enjoyed the videos, but I think you guys are enjoying giving the note taker.
Is that a circus or?
It's a possibility, right? So again, we're all on the same team right now. As you're in that form, someone may need to provide some gentle reinforcements to help you understand where you are, because again, people get a little confused.
Sorry, I have a question. On the team roles, does it have to be, like, are you designated that like for the rest of your life, or do you all like rotate?
That's a fantastic question. She's like, I ain't gonna be that note taker every time. I'm gonna look like this. Do I gotta look like this lady every time? What's that? You're the lifetime note taker. Okay. Well, you make it hard for me to answer this question, saying she's the life. No, so ideally what you would do is, we're gonna talk about team roles in a moment. For the folks who don't have a specific role, you can have multiple people rotate into that note taker role, so that everyone gets opportunity to get comfortable with the form, right? So that way, if we're in the form and it's my first time being a note taker, everyone else can kind of help me guide me through, right? There's certain things that'll be static, like your facilitator, the data analyst, aka just the person who can access the data. So I'll use a question with you guys, like with ECATS here. If I'm the third grade chair, I can see the roster for the entire third grade in my school, right? I feel like that's a correct answer. You know what? I don't feel like, I know that's the correct answer. So if I'm the third grade teacher, like I can see every student in third grade at our school, along with the administrator, AP. So I would see every student, and then like if this was our third grade team, everyone else would have their roster. So if I showed up to our meeting, I have access to all the data right there, right? So the idea is like certain roles need to be static just so that they have all the information there. Like another role that you could add is my personal favorite, the role I enjoy is being a timekeeper, because I enjoy saying time. Let's make a decision, because if not, we'll keep spinning the wheels like, no, we can't get to our other items. Or we're going to continue this discussion, which means another item might get to next month, or we're going to shut it down, make a decision, and continue on. And we're going to talk about those roles. But that's a fantastic question. I feel like this video pushed folks that want to do it. That person always a note taker. Okay. So remember, I told you the biggest difference between tips 1 and tips 2 were these 3 things: meeting foundations, just really looking at problem solving, and then just taking that last step from tips 1, which is what you guys are familiar with, which is monitor and evaluate, broken monitor and evaluate, 2 different things. Where we're really monitoring it, now it's making the evaluation and making decisions going forward. Okay, something's gonna happen in 15 minutes, don't worry. Just be ready. All right, so what do we do next? All right, the question is, we've got all this data now. We've got our fidelity data on what we did. We've got some outcome data, right? So now we need to start asking questions. So one question is the feasibility. You know, the one thing I used to think about with MTSS with the most intensive support we could provide, the question would always become, does the student require even more? Like, is there so much being required on our regular ed staff that require more? You guys know where I'm leading with this. What's the more? Do they require like support from the Exceptional Children's Program? Like it's so intense that it's almost impossible for the general ed teacher to keep this up, right? The same idea stretches to this. Like, is this something that we can maintain? If it's not, we got to do something different, right? If it's that intense, whatever it is that we have in place. If we met the goal, how do we maintain? Do we continue with what we've been doing? Like we're talking about big data, core school, you know, core work. If we're getting those outcomes, how do we maintain this? Is it something we think is strong and solid? Are our roar books working for behavior? If they're working, do we just continue? Right? But then also the steps become, what do we do next? Again, do we recycle through the problem solving process, or do we say, no, this works? Or do we get certain items and say, okay, we're going to require some modifications? Because sometimes, guess what? We just don't get our outcome, which would require us to do what? To go back to that problem statement. We may have just missed it. We're humans, it happens, right? So we may have to do that, or do we need to revise the goal? Again, we're thinking too often. We're seeing improvement, but not at the rate we would like to. And sometimes we say this is the best intervention. There's nothing else we could do that would give us better outcome. So we may need to stick with that, but we may need to revise our actual goal. And then jumping back in, just revising the problem statement. So these are the questions we have to ask at the end, right? As we go through the cycle, the problem solving cycle, we say, these are the questions we should ask going forward. Say, what worked for us? Is that something we can continue to do? If so, great, we'll continue to do them. If not, what else do we need to do? Is this so intensive that we can't keep it up? Well, we've got a behavior team. No, you have one person. What's your name, sir?
Evan.
Evan. We got Evan. He does a great job. He's highly effective. By the way, he's so effective and he's so tired of doing the work, but guess what Evan said? I'll see you guys next year in a different school because I don't want to be the note taker every month. Right? So now Evan's gone. It's so intensive, it falls apart. So we've got to take all these things in consideration. All right, so now we're going to jump into a practice just using outcome data. And I promise we're not going to take 10 minutes, maybe. Let's talk about Jasmine Paul. So we've gone through the entire process with Jasmine, right? We've talked about, you know, her academically and behaviorally. We've come up with a goal. We put a solution in place. We felt like we implemented, right? You guys going back, we felt like we implemented those things. We got our outcomes, right? So we were, again, 85% implementation for all interventions. That checks the box, right? We did what we said we were going to do. So we implemented that with fidelity. Now, looking at her performance after intervention. Jasmine's behavior, her data look better as far as literacy. And her behavior. She met the outcome, right? Less than 5 incidents. Long-term goal. Did she make it there? Not quite, but we're moving in the right direction. So before I advance the slide, the question I would pose to you guys is, as we think about what we initially discussed, as we get to this point, the question we would start asking is this manageable? Is this so intense that it requires more? Now, if we don't think that it requires more, now the question is, okay, we're moving in the right direction. Do we continue this plan or do we need to change the plan? Would you guys change the plan we have in place for? So you're pleased with her performance right now and how things are progressing. Okay, so should we just continue the plan? Okay. So for Jasmine, we would just continue that plan. So again, short term, we're moving where we want to go. Long term, again, we're trending. So we know academics, we improve, but not the goal. Short term for behavior, we got there, right? So what's next? If we feel good about what we have in place for Jasmine, we got systems to support her, we would continue. If not, that's when we start looking at those other things. If we were just completely out of whack, not close to reaching goals, we probably need to do what? What should we revisit?
Problem.
We should probably revisit the initial problem statement, right? Is it precise? Is it the appropriate problem? Right? So that's one thing to consider. Or if this is working, but let's say our improvements are so much smaller, we're not moving as fast as we would like to, what we consider then. Right. What we're doing, is it the right thing, or is it intense enough? So we would ask, right, is this intense enough? Or along with it, how much more intensity are we asking from regular in this here, right? Before we say we made a lot. Right. Here they're just saying they just slightly modified the plan, increasing the frequency. So she's going to have more opportunities to be with those reading groups. This continuation, we're moving in the right direction. All right. Hey guys, it's time for an activity. Can everyone please stand? Oh, sorry. Because I just realized the group I'm with, we got to do things a little different. Because you're going to look around at your peers, and I don't want you to look around at your peers. So we're going to give you step-by-step instructions. All right. If everyone can please stand up silently, place their desk under their table, and look forward and wait for further instructions. I really appreciate it. Please don't look at your peers, because we don't want anyone to get hurt. We want to maintain a good record. This is a safe learning environment. For those of us in the virtual world, we'd like you to practice as well. So if you can stand up at your location, we're watching.
We're checking on them.
Yeah. All right. Can everyone kind of extend your arms? I know it's kind of tight. Just make sure you can't touch anyone again. We don't want anyone to get hurt. No one should get slapped during this exercise. All right. Everybody raise their right hand. Relax. Everybody raise their left hand. Relax. Everybody touch their nose with their right pointer finger, please. All right. Everybody touch their nose with left pointer finger, please. Okay. You guys have mastered that skill. We'll see what's about to happen. All right. Remember, repeat to yourself. Repeat aloud once. This is a safe learning environment. Okay. Repeat it inside mentally. Just repeat it to yourself mentally. Okay. So now this is where it really comes into play. See if we can follow instructions. You guys could take a 10-minute break. I'd really appreciate it. That's it. That's all we got. Good afternoon. Still I'm really gonna drive the green scrub. That's why I was gonna say nice. I don't know if we're gonna make that. Just saw this kid's sister be at home. You are best. Joint State. They pretty good. Wait a minute, Southern Nash. How much do this go?
So they're doing like a big deal for them tonight.
That's a good.
Found out.
I was at Edward for my first
Hey, Tracy, you got any more candy? Nobody likes the Milky Way.
Well, I'm glad I came up when you kept saying, I didn't realize, I kept saying, who is
I know, your hand got dead. I did too, but I was like, oh, God.
It's like a maze to get out.
It is. Yeah, it's like, it's like West Virginia.
Let that Corey, you know, How many customers are there for the
There's a lot. Hey guys, welcome back. It appears that we're in the stretch run. So we're gonna make it happen. Everybody feeling good? Everybody all right? We collected some data and found out that Milky Way is not one of the favorites for Halloween. Just saying. So if you're buying candy this weekend, leave on your porch. Boy, the package of Milky Way is apparent. Same to you, my friends in the virtual world. We're gonna get close to wrapping up now, thinking about these meeting foundations. How do we run effective meetings, right? So we spent a lot of time talking about filling out the meeting minutes form. What are the things we need to do to make sure that we have an effective meeting, as far as how do we have meetings set up to make sure that everything runs smoothly? All right, so all of these wonderful components are tied into our meeting minutes. You can feel free to work ooh and ah at some of these slides. Somebody worked really hard on this. Try that again. Yes.
Corey lost us at 2:45 on Friday. Payday.
The joke is like, I didn't make that slide either. So someone else worked really hard on it. But I thought we should give a credit. We think about just an effective meeting, guys. We want to think about predictability, participation, communication, and accountability, right? When things are predictable, we feel comfortable, right? We know it's expected. We're more likely to participate, right? When we effectively communicate what our roles and responsibilities are, more likely to be prepared so that you can hold me what? Accountable. See, it's 2:46 on a Friday and you're back on payday. That's all it took. That's all it took. You're back with us. All right. So let's quickly go over the roles and responsibilities. So the roles are the facilitator, the minute taker, the data analyst, and team member. To answer, if you're the minute taker, you don't constantly statically have to be like, always this too short, this has to be this person. Unless your team just does that too, but that's none of my business, right? So let's talk about these roles. Right, so you guys have access to this information, I think, in your note, in your folder, but just thinking about defining the roles. The facilitator, again, what we're requiring of the facilitator is just for the meeting, getting all the agenda items. So setting up time so we can say, okay, I need the agenda items. Make sure those items get to the minute taker because they're building out the agenda, right? All right, during the meeting, they start the meeting on time, they manage the flow of the meeting. Prompts the team members with problem-solving mantra. They're an active participant as well. Determine the date, time, and location of the next meeting. That's why I remember we talked about making sure things are like consistent. If the meeting's in this room, the second Tuesday of every month at 4:30, we don't really have to think so hard about that portion, right? So it's, again, building this out so that we can just anticipate what's happening next. All right, things we want our facilitators to be able to do, just ask questions, implement group norms or agreements, keep us on track and move through the agenda in a timely fashion. One thing that I think we should always get to is consensus, right? So there are times we're gonna have a discussion, we're not all gonna agree, right? So how can we come to consensus if we're all not there? So we basically have a statement where we say, you know, I can agree the modified consensus is what I can agree and publicly support this, right? With the understanding we're going to continue to work on it. Sometimes we have to focus in on that because we can't always solve all the problems, so we're not going to always agree. So if we can get to that where we have the modified consensus, say, okay, we're going to discuss this later, but for right now, we have to have, you know, unified front. I can agree and publicly support this. And then you can't leave the meeting and say, you know what, that Corey doesn't know what he's talking about. He messed up that agenda item. You've already agreed and publicly will support what we currently have in place. So that's something to remember. So we think about the mantra, how we work together. The minute taker, again, before the meeting, they're getting all the agenda items for the facilitator. They get the tips, the form prepared. So they're building out the meeting minutes form. All right. Any data that they need from the data analyst, they request. All right. And you're going to project. So again, we always want it to be projected so that everyone can see what's happening. Again, that keeps us engaged, that keeps us accountable. And also assists us with helping the note taker if they can't figure out where they should put information as evidence from the video. All right. During the meeting, you're just, you know, recording what's happening during the meeting on the form, asking for clarification of tasks and decisions. And again, maintaining that you're an active participant. After the meeting, you clean up the form, you prepare the meeting, you're just sending the notes out within 3 days, well, excuse me, a day and a half, 36 hours. So you want to make sure that people are prepared, they're aware they can review the meeting minutes. And again, it's a running meeting minutes, so it's helping the next person. If you have a different note taker, they already have the meeting minutes so they can prepare for next month's meeting, right? If that's one of your group norms, that we have a different note taker. All right. We think about the data analyst. So this has been interesting. We've had questions like, who should this person be? So this goes to, everyone has access to the data, but we want the folks who have access to large data. So that whether it's school administrator, if it's a grade level chair, whoever's going to be presenting, we want to actually be able to get to that data, right? And we want to be able to, really what we're trying to do is just review our current data. So thinking about what we put in place, what plans we have in place, how our outcomes coming from there. Any new items that we need to add in relationship to putting plans in place. And then again, we're talking about preparing graphs for sharing at the meeting. Educator's Handbook does that for us. Does ECATS have that feature right now? Okay. So okay. So what we'd have to do is just figure out, and we can build out something simple where we say, just input your data into this, and then it'll build a graph so we can look at academic data in a graph form too. So this is a different way to look at it. Are there any potential new problems, right? So that could be, again, big data down to drilling down to individualized, like things that we need to make sure we're focusing on. Ideally, when we're talking about those individual students, that takes place like at the third grade planning level. And then it's brought to the larger team to say, this is the plan for these students going forward. Does that make sense? So that individual problem solving there. But again, we want to make sure that they're leaning on the expertise of other folks to help them write those goals that are outside of our large plan, our core and supplemental plans. Everybody good with that? So we don't want to just say like, this grade level team's in charge of these students who are outside of the core and outside of our supplemental support. We still want to make sure that we have the appropriate intervention strategies written out with support so that we say, hey, if other students will require this, we have it. But we've also got, support to write these out. Again, they lead the discussion of new problems, respond to any question about data, and an active participant. This doesn't mean they have to know everything about data. We're all going to be participating in those conversations around data and asking them questions. So what we've tried to practice today. Is everybody okay with that? Everyone's nodding their head like, yep, as long as I'm not the data analyst, I'm really okay with that.
So essentially, you're starting at like the systems level, and then from there, kind of identifying those things that are possible gaps or issues, and then you pull that data to drill down further to see where the surface problem is, and then complete the precise problem statement. Am I thinking about that correctly?
You got it.
Okay.
Right. So we want to always start large, broad, and drill down. Perfect. If you're a team member, you recommend agenda items to the facilitator, and this is where it's important. Your role is to be an active participant, right? You're helping analyze and interpret the data, thinking about those new problems, just reinforcing like what we've done today. Are these problems defined with precision? Helping select the solutions. Just again, being an active participant, looking at our data, determining, are we getting our outcomes? Have we built this up? Again, if we're thinking our MTSS teams are going to be what used to be school improvement, whatever, to now we call them MTSS or whatever they're called here, that team, all of this is taking place there. So if I'm the grade level chair for fourth grade, I'm going back to my fourth grade PLC, and our meeting should look what? Significantly similar to this. It should mirror what we're doing at the teams, the problem solving level for the building at our grade level. Does that make sense to everyone? Good, thumbs up. Okay. All right, just making sure. So just a quick, again, we like quizzes. Who's responsible? Who should reserve the room? Facilitator. All right. Who should recruit items for the agenda? All right. Who should review data prior to the meeting? Data analyst, but everybody with the data analyst gets it before everyone. So it's before the agenda is actually sent out, right? Uh-oh. Who's going to reserve the projector? Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay. Slip there. Slip. Okay. Who should keep the discussion focused? Who's going to report the topics and decisions? Who should ensure that problems are defined with precision? Facilitator / all. We're all working on this together. Who should ensure the solutions have action plans? There we go. Who should drill down data during discussion? Data analyst / yeah. Who should make sure we end on time? Facilitator all. Again, if you want to build in a timekeeper, something else to build in. Who's going to prepare the minutes and send them to all members? All right. So there's another video you can watch. Hopefully. Maybe there will be a different. Let's see.
Okay, everyone, let's go ahead and get started. Thanks for being on time. We have 45 minutes scheduled for this meeting. Our next meeting is for April 1st, and we have an agenda. And our agenda today is to review our Swiss data from the last meeting and update the status of how we're doing, do a data review, do we have any new problems, and do a review of our admin tasks, and then self-assess our meeting. Are there other things that folks want to add to the agenda today? No, looks okay? Okay, good. And from our previous meeting minutes, we were going to check on the 6th and 7th grade classroom problems. So how are we doing? Anything else before we close the meeting?
No.
Okay, so just a quick reminder, our next meeting is April 1st. And that's still good with everyone? It's on your calendars?
Yeah.
And we really did a nice job starting on time this time, so let's keep it up. We're doing a really nice job on that. And Megan, can you go ahead and guide us through the self-assessment?
Sure.
See how we're doing?
I think we'll probably end early a little too. Okay, so was today's meeting a good use of everybody's time? All right. In general, did we do a good job of tracking whether we're completing the tasks we agreed on at the previous meetings?
You know, I didn't see us review our average per day per month.
That's right.
That's my bad. I'll bring them next time.
Okay, great.
Thanks, Shane. In general, have we done a good job of actually completing what we agreed on at the previous meetings?
I think so.
For the
You'll
most
bring
part.
those reports.
I will bring those reports.
Okay. In general, are the completed tasks having the desired effects on student behavior that we
I believe so.
Yeah. Great.
Great, nice
Good.
work.
All right,
We
thanks.
ended early, so our next meeting's April 1st, but we'll see y'all tomorrow at school.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
All right. So as we get closer to the end, how do we support the problem solving team? So again, one thing that helps is just assigning those roles, right? And also recognizing they can rotate. Now, administrator could be something that rotates monthly, but if you could say every year we're going to have a different lead, that's something else you could do, but you still have the core team. So those folks who are used to doing the work this way, but also, we also understand if we're taking this back, grade level teams, if they're starting to mirror the behaviors we're doing or demonstrate the practices we're doing. If we had to replace a team member, they should be able to come on this team and be able to function great. So that's something to think about. Make sure we have a team roster with contact information. Life happens. Building out that schedule for the school year is important. Because if you do it for the school year, nothing gets scheduled over it. It's easier to say, again, predictability, we know what's expected, what's going to happen. Making sure we have group norms. So you guys will have group norms. Some people call them terms of reference. It's just the way of work. How do you work? What's expected of each person? All right. And then the logistics, you know, if we're going to have a projector, we could all just project on the wall and just view it. The only time you would need a laptop outside of being able to take notes is if you're pulling, you know, grade level specific data. So that would be the only time, but we would also have, that's why the data analyst is important, the person who has access to all that data. So it's not necessarily required, so that you can actually be there and be an active participant. All right, so we're gonna have a quiz now. And the quiz is gonna be, you know, based on did we reach our objectives. So by the end of the day, you guys are supposed to be able to do these things. So we're going to focus on the top 3 things. Being able to verbalize tips, problem solving. Talking about just the skills needed for efficient and effective problem solving, and then how we would apply to multiple data sets. So, it's perfect. All right. Group 1, group 2. So these 2 tables, we're going to give you like 3 to 4 minutes. Not a lot of time, just it's gonna be very brief. Just want you to think about if you had to tell us what tips problem solving is all about. Like I'm getting on an elevator and you're gonna sell me on why I need to be doing tips elevator, you know, problem solving at my school here at Nash Rocky Mountain. I don't do that at my school. You might do it at your schools, but I don't do it at mine. So I need you to tell me what's important about tips. So groups 2, 3, and 4, you're gonna handle question 2. What are some of those skills needed for effective and efficient tips problem solving? Like, what are some of the skills I should need to know in order to do this? And then groups 5 and 6, just, could you guys give us a couple of examples how like you could apply tips to like different data sets? Everybody understand the assignment? You sure? Do you have any, wait a minute, before you start, what questions might you have? I went to a coaching training and they're told that's the way I'm supposed to ask that question. What questions might you have? There we go. What questions might you have? Is there any way I can, are there any clarifying questions? Based on your responses and your reactions, you feel good about the assignment. So, bullet 1, 1, 2, bullet 2, bullet 4, bullet 3, 5, 6. Everybody feels good? All right. You're understanding the assignment. Fantastic. Talk to you guys in 4 minutes. We'll stop here. Yeah, till I first.
Remember how she showed us that filter that, and then you could add in those statements you had also. That's what we were just saying is multiple data. Add that.
I got the one.
You're out, Dawn. You are out, Dawn. Although you got educated, it's not a really nice little UC school. I never got
I didn't do it, I promise. That's gonna be quiz follow.
Right. I was But I was still only 80%.
That's sort of wrong. Get to the A. All right, guys, we're coming back in 3, 2, 1. Would you like a milk? You've been first all day.
I'm a Reese's person.
Oh, there may or may not be a Reese's there. We'll check and see. There's not one. Okay. So groups 1 and 2. Could you verbalize the TIP problem solving model to me? We just got on the elevator, quick elevator speech.
Nobody wants to talk.
No one wants to talk.
You know, a bunch of teachers, nobody wants to talk.
That's unbelievable.
We said it's a problem-solving model used by a team to address the precise needs to guide school improvement.
Problem solving model used by the team to address the needs. Precisely. Okay. So if I'm on the elevator with you, I'm going to say, hey, that sounds interesting. Tell me more. We'll talk more about that in a minute. You don't know. That's right. So now I'm going to jump to the next group. So could you tell me more about this? I heard you guys at this TIPS training all day Friday at TRC. Is that true? So tell me a little bit about TIPS.
No, you said demonstrate.
No, I'm still on 2. It's you guys. Yeah.
We were together.
Oh, this whole tape. Okay. Okay. Okay, 1 and 2. Okay, fine. Perfect. We're gonna jump to you guys.
So we're together. So you have to bear with us, we're all together.
That's fantastic. That's okay. It works for me.
First thing you need to be great communicators and collaborators.
Okay, great communicators and collaborators. I like it.
You have your data.
Have your data.
You need organizational skills.
Okay.
You determine the time when and how often you will meet.
You need to know why. You need to know what. Where.
Who?
And you have to do this with fidelity.
I think.
Oh, that's fantastic. Can we get that on YouTube? Our friends in the virtual are heard of it. Like, it's one. It's top 5. That's good. That's pretty good. I like it. So now we apply the tips to model multiple data sets. So these are our 2 groups. I don't know, but like they said, if you point at someone, 4 fingers are pointing back at you. That's what they say. Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, we kind of thought it was easy. I mean, because we were just thinking about how we would use this for different things we have. I mean, I'm elementary, progress monitoring, is it working? I mean, I'm using it for that kind of data, for behavior, I could definitely relate to the playground instance and what's going on there, because we have that daily. I mean, it made me think, wow, we could be using this, solve those kind of problems, because that's where our behavior comes, most of our behavior comes from. So, and then the middle and high school, they were talking about, they didn't have as many, but you guys.
We have in-case benchmarks that we can do in terms of the academic, and in a perfect world with all of our teachers doing common assessments, right? Yes, perfectly. But I think even with the multiple data sets, what's exciting to me is looking at different behaviors, and this process being a way to stop looking at necessarily the learner and blaming the learner, and looking at, okay, if we have this many kids who maybe don't know this process, who's supposed to teach this process, and how are we going to get there?
Right. Anyone else want to share anything?
Well, I'll give a real life example.
I was gonna say, can you agree in public and support it? But before that, I want you to give me that real life example.
Okay, so we had planning period meetings on Tuesday, and we were talking about the ODR data and how many referrals we've had. And we got it down to 2 grade levels that had the most. But then we dug deeper and we realized that 45% of our referrals was the excessive tardiness and being late to class. So it's not really a behavior issue that is out, that
is related to fighting or insubordination or things like that. That was eye-opening. 45%.
You mean it's almost like suspending students for truancy? Is that what you're telling me? Oh, just checking, right, okay. So they're getting referred to the office because they're tardy.
And excessive tardiness for us is 3 tardies within a shorter time frame. And so, yes, they get
How many periods?
4 periods.
Yeah, so
No, the excessive tardiness is mostly for first period.
well, I mean, I gotta go to McDonald's and get my sausage before I come in.
Yeah, and we're in the southern part of the county, so you got to come here to get to McDonald's or go to Wilson. So it takes a little while.
Yeah, that's why I'm tardy.
Yeah.
And if I get 3 of those, so I could come to school and be tardy for my first 3 classes,
And eat your breakfast and ISS.
then eat my breakfast and ISS, and not have a tardy. Okay. Fantastic. Guys, give yourselves a hand. So I think everyone feels like they have a pretty good grasp of what we went over. Did we do a good job demystifying the form?
Yes.
Right. Just remember the form's like your guide. I would say a roadmap, but who uses a roadmap? Just pull your phone out and hit Waze. Waze tells you where the police are, right? Waze knows the way. But I mean, in general, it's a roadmap, right? It's a guide. It tells you where we should go next. All right. So again, just use the form as it's designed as a tool for implementation to actually go through this and actually assist you with problem solving. Don't be afraid of the form. So I really appreciate you guys and all your hard work. I appreciate all my friends out in the virtual world who's like, I've seen that dude twice, but I've heard his voice a lot today. As we get ready to wrap up, we just thought it would be fun if we practiced one time with your data. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen and we're going to look at some local data and ask some questions and see if we can come up with like a precise problem statement. So let's see how good I am. Let's see. Let's stop this share here. Tell me magic, like I'm not even gonna touch the screen and something else gonna start sharing. Look at that, I told you, it's magic. It's magic, guys, it's not even me. So we're gonna start here, just looking at your incidences, right? So you're sitting with some friends at a table, just take a moment and we're gonna scroll through and just, jot a couple notes down, think about things that jump out at you. So each table may pick out something different, but just start jotting down some ideas and we're going to give you guys a moment to discuss those. So just take a minute, look at some behavior referrals you're seeing.
What does the symbol mean? What does the squiggle line mean?
The trend.
The trend is trending up.
I think related to class, that tardiness is interesting. I'd love to know how that is. Like, would you think excessive tardiness would be checking into school and then late to class would be like the 4 period? You know what I mean? Okay, so like checking it. So that's late class. So the lighter color, so it's cost and days and all the kids. So like so the behavior has cost, however many of those kids are combined to 600.
You go back there and magnify glass.
Yes.
Again, you're with the table, just jot down some notes. We don't give you a chance to try to put something together.
3.03, it means that with all the kids combined, in our district, we lost 603 days of instruction because those kids have been out of the classroom. And that's the number of incidents that we have. So 594 have been identified as.
Your notice will be just on the incident. Don't worry about the time lost, just the incident.
lost is really,
Yeah,
it's really
to make sure
painful.
everybody understood what the different numbers
Just
are.
because the paper doesn't-
So in purple, that's just the total number of incidents, like the total number of referrals for the entire district for that particular behavior. And the gray is the amount of class time, like the number of days of class time missed because of those incidents. So like fighting only has 145 referrals, but 1,143 days missed because of it. So out of school suspension or in school suspension. So if we just want to look at the total number of incidents, that's that purple column on the side.
So if each group can just identify two that jump out at them. Now we're gonna look at the grade levels too. Check out your grade levels.
That question, did you read the question? Tremaine was like.
Sorry.
He said this was live, so he was carrying this live.
Okay. I feel like it is a district. Tracy, because it's live, can you share this data?
Yeah, it's private live.
Okay.
We're checking with him, because he's the one that made it private live.
Yeah, he said it's private live.
Okay, it's private line, right?
Private live.
That's a new word. Private live.
Yeah, he was the one who said he made it private.
You only look at one thing, yeah, there's no direct student names.
Okay.
Okay, we just checked. All right, we feel good about it. All right. I could have just took like, could just took some light out over it, like it's just numbers, right? Uh-huh. All right. So this is the location and the number. So again, we're giving you incomplete data, but we thought it would be fun for you guys just to have an opportunity to kind of practice. So
TikTok contributed in that restroom right there. Like, that was a TikTok.
how many soap dispensers were removed?
And they can answer too.
So if you can identify two major behaviors and then two locations, just think about that, and we're gonna try to write a general precise problem statement, as precise as we can make it without even more detail. All right, so you guys had a chance to see some data. Now the question is, with your tables, could you try a precise problem statement? Obviously, it's not going to be perfect, and that's okay. But we want you to just get in practice and try and like answering those 5 questions based on what you said.
Yeah.
And we'll give you 4 minutes just to work on that. There may be a link that pops into the chat. Just give it your best shot.
I don't even need just this. Like, there's a lot of work, you can do. Neat work and for that. Yeah. Just the right level.
Students are challenged behavior. I'm trying to- Oh, what happened? All right, guys, we're coming back in 3, 2. Oh, you got a question, comment, concern? You need to come back there. I know. Right, so we're gonna, again, it's just the best practice right now, so you might even say, if we would have had this component, we would have put this in there too, so you can tell me what's missing too. It's just an opportunity to practice. But thank you for that comment, because you just alleviated a lot of anxiety off some people. I would have preferred they kept it, but it's. All right, so this group volunteered to go first, but they want to make one quick modification, so we're gonna jump back to the table behind them and then come back to them, and then we'll go around the room.
Ms. Williams.
She's ready, okay. So let's make sure we can hear the first one.
Yeah, so we kind of thought we needed more information.
Oh.
Y'all, we're right at the end. Let's get this group.
All right.
Now I'm scared.
Nice.
We just said we wanted more data as well, because we wanted to drill it down that this grade level did this and that, but based on what we just saw, then it's kind of vague. We said the 6th through 10th grade Nash County Public School students have the highest incidents occurring from August through October. It's believed to be mostly occurring in the classroom. And we just based that because that's where most of all of them work.
Okay, so you'd have some more questions you'd like
Oh, we
to
got
ask.
plenty of more.
Oh, we got plenty, yeah, okay, good. Thank you, Shirley. That's a start, that's all we're asking for, give them a hand. One. Let's get one, there you go. All right, we're gonna jump back here.
All right, ninth graders in the district are receiving referrals for disruptive behavior within the classroom during the first quarter. This is costing many instructional days and is possibly due to an abnormal transition to high school from middle.
Ooh, that's pretty good. An abnormal transition to high school from middle school. Or they didn't even go, like, they didn't even finish their 8th grade year of middle school, right? They just went 7th grade to high school. That's interesting. All right, let's go. Oh, sorry. Let's give them a hand. Don't leave them hanging. All right, right here.
Okay, so based on what we had, so from the beginning of the school year to now, so August to October, many of the ninth graders have had a lot of issues being late to class and demonstrating disruptive behavior in the classroom, which could be contributed to transitioning from having a very structured environment in the middle school to a lot more freedom in the high school.
Very good. So you need to ask some more questions. Perfect. Okay, let's give them a hand. All right, our next table. Who wanted to alleviate all the anxiety on everyone else?
Okay, this is coming straight from here, so
Okay.
like, there's nothing written down, I'm just gonna go with it. Between 7 and 7:30, so I'm just pretending like I have some paper.
Okay.
So, I mean, you know, between 7 and 7:30, 12th grade students have displayed a large amount of excessive tardiness to avoid,
Well, I just said, due to
probably,
late night.
due to hanging out late at night or working, after getting out from school.
Well, they're hanging out late at night in the dance rocking out school. At the Roses parking lot or the super, it's some parking lot. Okay, it's on some parking lot, all right. That's pretty precise and it came off your mind. Fantastic, good job, team. Let's give them a hand. All right, next group.
Yeah, you.
Man, if you'd have told me, like I would have said someone else has to go, we rotate this table. You right, somebody, you know what, someone else should go. I don't know who that is.
Well, we did that first, we did the exact same thing that I think our colleagues did, is that we said this was really just primary data, not enough to get down to the precise, but still, if we looked at the data, we determined that our ninth graders had over 600 office referrals, and based on the 600 office referrals, most of it was taking place in the classroom, therefore we need to determine how to resolve that issue.
Okay, very good. So ninth grade, classroom challenges, what most behavior happens, how can we support them there, support classroom? All right, very good. Give them a hand. There was a lot going on at this table. There was a lot of, there was no cussing going on. There was a lot of discussion, but not cussing. Oh.
All we did say that when we talked about there was information missing, so we couldn't give precise. But we were actually broader and just said there were a vast number in Nash County schools of disruption and incidents of fighting. And it could be to various, since we didn't have all the information, we said due to various actions. I mean, we just kind of stopped there and said, but we don't have everything we need, so we really can't drill down like we'd like to.
Perfect. I'm so excited. You guys have no idea, but the reason I'm so excited is because you came to the point of understanding. We need more, right? We really want to write a precise problem statement. We need more data. We got to answer those 5 questions, right? Remember what those 5 were? What were they? They were who, what, where. Some combination of that order. Those W's get us to where we need to be, right? At the end of the day, what we really want you guys to be able to do at the conclusion of this training is to be able to use that form, to have effective meetings, to be able to effectively problem solve, to put effective actions plans in place, to actually implement those effective action plans, to actually monitor them, to see if we're getting our outcomes, and then finally, how do we evaluate them to see where do we go from here? So if you can just think, always ask the next question, right? Ask the next question. Because what we want to do is we want to drill down to there's no other question. Like there's nothing else we can ask. This is it. And I appreciate your time on a payday that happens to be a Friday, 2 days before Halloween. Your focus and professionalism was fantastic. I appreciate you guys letting me attend. Mr. Shakes over here, now control your fate as far as time.
All right, guys, thank you so much for being with us today. Please give Corey another round of applause. Your exit ticket will be, if you have any burning questions or anything that you feel that Megan or myself or any member of this team can help support you moving forward, please put it on your posters. That's what those posters are there for, and stick it on the parking lot as you leave. But nothing else. Have a wonderful weekend and a safe Halloween.
Yeah, so you guys know, so the thing.